We're good.
Nice.
And Hannah, you can give Naxor a short rest if you want.
Okay, I will.
Where am I? I just dragged myself
I
on.
don't know. Yeah, exactly. You'd just be coming back in. So as you enter the workshop's gates, you see Belvedere staring out this window, and as he sees you, Langsim, he sees him scurry off back into the house.
Good.
It's definitely night pain.
Well, I don't know about you, Mackie, but I think it's time for a bit of a lie down.
I agree, Master. I want to go out a little bit later, but didn't we agree to meet Michelle Czar and Mr. Davy at the yawning portal later?
Thanks, Liz. I completely forgot about that.
Is that in the
I
evening?
just remembered.
I believe so.
That's fine. I've got a lot of things to be doing.
I might pop out to the market later if you want me to get anything for you.
The things I need, Mackie, are going to not really be a little shopping trip style of thing. I'm going to have to place some orders, get things delivered, all of that jazz.
And I will preface that Langsim knows of a place, which is, hang on, I'll find it on the map. It's quite near all the guild halls,
Mm-hmm.
called the Tool Yard.
Nice. I can't wait to meet Rex Festus Tool.
You would know that the Tool Yard is run by someone that you didn't know well in Lantern. He was he worked at the university. He was about 100 years younger than you,
Shit.
and he was a bit of a prodigy at the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know that he was involved with the project you worked on.
Oh shit. Okay.
But you were working on completely different stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know.
You don't know each other well, but you know of each other.
What's their name?
He is called Ferris Office. Let me find out.
Mistopheles.
No, he is a gnome.
Damn it.
Where is he?
Mistopherzim.
Where is it? Caravan. No, I've just changed it to shops. Okay. He is called Ferris Office Shiny Cog.
Ooh, very nice.
And you know that he has a man because you've been there before. You know, there's another shop that's connected to the tool yard, and it sort of sells similar stuff.
Okay.
You don't really know them that well, but you know there's a guy called Unduk Sharpbit who runs the shop.
That's an amazing name. Cool, cool. Well, for now, Langsom needs to take a nap, I think.
Yeah.
Before Langsom settles down, Mackie would say to him,
Master, I know we didn't have him long, but are we gonna have any kind of a monument or event for Chunk?
Well, we could have a monument, certainly. I think, considering everything going on connected to Miss Shalzar, I'm not sure we'll have the time. I don't think we've even properly paid respects to Shanks yet, have we?
Not properly. I was thinking maybe we could do it together when everything's a bit settled down.
Yes, certainly. I'll make something. Obviously, the Chunk's parts are elsewhere, but I'll put together something in memoriam.
I might look for something nice in the market that might be suitable.
Sure. He steps over. Now I know you you'd put some of your pocket money into Chunk.
But that's
And-
okay, Master. That's not a problem.
That's gone now, so here. And he gives her a little bag of 100 platinum.
Master, you really don't have to.
I'm aware of what I have to do and don't have to do, but it's well deserved. Keep safe today. I'm feeling it in my bones. I need to go and have a lie down.
Thank you, Master. I'll stay safe.
Just for
Alright.
Kieran's interest, would you look at the Daddy-O Shield Guardian in a different way now that you've seen him in real life?
I'm gonna say Langsim will clock that when he wakes back up again,
Okay.
and it will be an interesting moment. But right now he is flopping towards bed.
Is he?
Does remember to push the lever for the spine trap.
Is he planning to take a long rest or a short rest?
It's
if
a
he
weird
took
one
long rest-
because mechanically, the building the new bot is part of the long rest.
Okay.
I like to think of it as, or to justify it as him being a bit of an old man, so he doesn't sleep that much, kind of wakes up early. So he is intending to take a long rest, yes, but part
Yeah.
of that will be him waking back up and working on the bot. And then whatever small number of hours he does have left before meeting up with people, he would dedicate to shopping.
Okay. Yeah. We can split that up so it makes sense.
Yeah, Mackie's going to do an hour of training with On Guard.
Okay.
And then once she's done that, she'll probably have like a short rest and then head out to the shops and to do what she wants to do.
Okay. You can roll on the training table if you want.
Yeah. Come on, baby. First roll of the. Oh, fuck.
Oh, isn't that bad?
Aw.
That's bad.
That is
I get a
bad.
point of exhaustion, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was just about to ask about exhaustion because we haven't slept and it's a new morning.
Oh, well, because you were in the plane. you
Oh, we
sort
got
of
the effects of yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, Mackie is going to be exhausted until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. So, and then Mackie's doing her short rest, isn't she?
Yeah.
So, what we'll do is, Blanksim, you take your long rest, and we'll follow Mackie.
Okay.
Next.
Let me take a short rest. I've apparently got all my hit die, so that's good.
Yeah,
roll a
because
couple.
you had a long
Yeah.
rest right before. I
Yeah,
think.
I remember now. Is that working? Oh, it's just the things that aren't updated. Oh damn, good rolls on that though. 18 points of HP, up to 55, and then another 8 is mass is 63, and then I'll leave it at that 'cause that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So after Mackie wakes up from her short rest,
Mm-hmm.
would she proceed to where she's going?
She probably would go to the shops first, I'd imagine.
Okay. Yeah.
Because like she can do a loop of it then, if that makes sense.
Well, so she's walking further away and then back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because
yeah.
she wants to go on a bit of a walk and kind of like clear
Yeah.
her head.
Yeah. Which shops is she going to?
She just thinking what we need now.
We'll
I
say that a lot of, if you're looking for gems, Anna as
Yeah.
well, you probably bought a lot of them, so you'll have to remember somewhere you went before.
Yeah.
So There is definitely a place you can get gems where you.
I don't think
where
Mackie
that sort of
knows about that yet, though, right?
Yeah, but just prefacing.
Yeah, so Mackie wouldn't go to buy gems. However, she would 100% go and try to restock on potions of healing, but I imagine that they're
Yeah, they're not
probably sold out.
from all the shops that you visited, and
Yeah.
that is the main like shopping hub where you get magical items. There wouldn't be any left because you
Yeah.
bought them before.
In that case, then she would probably just go around to get some like probably just some basic stuff. So she would probably want to get like maybe like an alchemist's fire.
Yeah,
That's
let me just have a look.
that's 100 gold pieces in D&D Beyond.
I'll just see what that there is at one of those shops. Comfort's goods. What's it called? Wanderer. Charmilda. Here we go. Come on, Charmilda. Oh no, D&D Beyond. Yeah, Charmilda's place would have 2.
She would buy both of them then.
The price would be slightly higher because
Okie doke.
about 20% higher because of the dock, and they're trying to
Yeah.
reinforce their prices.
So if Mackie tried to haggle like for a deal for both of them, could she get like a little bit off?
Yeah, she could, but it'd be quite a high DC because everyone in the town's pretty panicked at the moment.
Yeah, it's fine. So persuasion check.
Yeah.
26, baby.
So she's ums and ahs, and she's like, "Ugh," but so it's only 10% more than usual instead of 20.
Okay, so that's an extra
it's
20
100
gold
So it'd be 110 gold.
for each. Okay,
One was yeah.
Yeah. So 220. Yeah, she'll pay that. And then what else would I want and need potentially? I think apart from that, Mackie's just going to try and look for a maybe something that like a gem or something that would, or like maybe like an ornament that might represent, even if it's probably not going to find anything exact, but something that maybe like would represent Shanks or Chunk, just something that could fill that role. Like she doesn't
Okay.
expect to find anything exact, but just something that maybe sticks out to Mackie.
Okay. I'll get the trinket table up. Okay. Let's say roll 5 D100s to see what you kind of get at random, and if any of them like match what she likes, then yeah.
Okie doke. So I got 47, 38, 99, 68, and 60.
So 47 is a
Mhm.
glass globe of swirling green goop. So a bit like a
Okay.
lava lamp.
Maybe.
38. 38 is a deed to a ruined tower that looks like it is very, very far away, somewhere in Kalasham.
Mackie will buy that because she kind of thinks Langston might want that.
Yep, it would
Like
be
weirdly, just like look what I found kind of thing.
it would be 5 GP.
Yeah, she'd buy that.
She'd find an oval-shaped soapstone tablet inscribed with a short list of like religious writings.
No, she wouldn't take that.
Coprolite, which is like fossilized shit,
Yeah, no.
and a bronze ring engraved with dark symbols that was supposedly buried with a legendary necromancer long ago. At least that's what the
Yeah,
guy's
no.
telling you.
She's gonna buy the green goop ornament thing.
Okay, that would only be 1 gold piece as well.
Okay, yeah. And she will store that and ready it to take back to Langston.
Very robotic.
This is the best I could find.
And would she then?
Then on the way back, making her way through the streets, she would sort of be in quiet contemplation, and after still being definitely affected, like, I don't know if upset's the word, but like there would be an element of shock for Maki, because I think it's that first time in your life where when you're young you think you're invincible, and it's that first time where you've had like a real scare of death, especially for Maki, who's like not that concerned with her own mortality, but it's been the first scare of death for like people around her more than anything.
Yeah, because I suppose with Illich, it was mainly her who was in danger.
Exactly. While she wasn't so, like, she doesn't. It's not that she doesn't care about that. She just doesn't like think about that very much. So I think she's definitely feeling like an element of kind of shock still. So I think with that, she would walk sort of through the streets and then eventually make her way towards where she believes her parents' house is.
Okay. So, one thing you'd notice as you got to, so it's in the very north, Brightwater abode up here. So
Yeah.
you'd notice that Firewine Alley, where this place is situated,
Yeah.
the houses are all quite squat. That most of them are single-story buildings. Most of them are also made of wood. It's not a very bad part of town. It's sort of like it's decent. So she'd get an idea that even though her parents, who were in this adventuring guild, probably made quite a bit of money, that they weren't extravagant people.
Yeah.
And then eventually, as she's eyeing the houses, she would notice the one on the deed that stands out to her. I'll take you over there now. So I guess she'd be approaching from over here.
Yeah, let me just drag her out. Sorry, just adjusting the size of the map because it's a lot bigger than I thought.
Oh, it's nice that the Mackie art came with the Mackie house.
Yeah, oh, that's a really good point, actually. Don't start caring, you're gonna make me emotional.
So
yeah, so she's just walking along with like looking at the deed and the I'm kind of imagining it like more like a kind of like almost like a fold out kind of like little like booklet, almost like that, and then she's kind of holding it within that, and then sort of making note of exactly this must be the place.
So with the deed, because she would have copied it, or she has it, right?
Yeah. So I think she probably would have copied it rather than taken it.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. So it would be maybe in her notebook, like in her journal.
Yeah. So she would have definitely written down that this house, it has sort of 2 storage rooms. There's a large hallway which you can see on the plans. There's a small kitchen to the northwest. To the east there is a bedroom, and then it looks like there's some sort of living room to the north. You see there's also a basement of some sort.
Okay. I think first things first is like, is there any windows?
Not many. It's oddly closed up, which you wouldn't expect of a place like this.
Yeah. In that case, then she's probably just approached the front door.
Yeah. So you can see that the sort of wooden stake fence leads round, and the sort of foliage in the garden looks like it. Well, most of the larger bushes look like they survived. There's no real sign of like decorative plants, but you probably assume with it being so long and no one's been here that, well, no one's been tending it.
Does this particular place look like quite run down, the house itself?
Odd, it doesn't look run down because the area it's in is quite good. Like there's
Yeah.
been no like defacement of the building.
How does it compare to like the houses nearby?
The only real thing you'd notice is that as some people sort of repaint their house,
Yeah.
this house hasn't been repainted for a while.
Okay.
So the paint would be any paint that was like marking the building would be flaking.
Mm-hmm. So it definitely kind of stands out as being slightly more shabby than the rest of the stuff in the neighborhood,
Yeah,
with the untended garden as well.
yeah.
Okay. In that case, then she would slowly walk up, looking kind of shy and awkward about herself as Mackie does, and approach the door and kind of awkwardly kind of hold out her hand while sort of clutching her elbow, and then kind of just awkwardly knock on the door. If there's a knocker on the door, she would take that. And,
There's no obvious knocker. It just looks like it's a hand knock.
yeah, she would just knock on the door with her hand then.
So you knock on the door. You wait for a few minutes. There's no one seeming to come into the door.
Okay. I can imagine that. I mean, I didn't say before, so if it's not okay, then I'm fine with it. But I can imagine maybe Mackie might have asked Langston to take Coral with her, just to kind of keep her company, and then also I imagine Langston would agree to that because it's something he can watch over Mackie with in a way.
Yeah, 100%.
Langston's fine with that, yeah.
Yeah. So she would just kind of look down to Coral and just be like,
I don't think anyone's home, little one.
she's gonna kind of go make her way around the house and look for any signs of like maybe because it had a basement you said?
Yeah, it does. It has a basement in the plans.
She's gonna like look for kind of like maybe a cellar entrance on the outside, like some places have.
Okay. Is she thoroughly looking like under the plants and stuff as well?
If it looks like it would be overgrown enough, then yeah.
Okay. Because if she's just gonna walk around the house, I won't make her do an investigation check. But if she's looking through the plants, I'd say yeah, do one.
Yeah, I think she will like sort of scan through there. I'll do it with disadvantage because I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
So it's a 10.
So you walk around the house, don't see anything obvious. You sort of quickly search through the bushes. There's no bushes around the back at all, just the ones around the front. You don't see anything that looks like a basement entrance. You'd think it'd be pretty obvious if there was one.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no windows, no basement entrance. And she's gonna go back up to the front door and try and sort of push it then and see if it's open.
So as she pushes the door, it just swings open.
Okay.
And in front of you, you can see some boxes. As you open the door, a really large, like musty smell hits you. Doesn't feel like anything. Doesn't smell like there's been anything in this house, and it's just been left for a long time.
She kind of like scrunches up her face and kind of like breathes in kind of heavily, like the sort of fresher air for a second, and then kind of like puffs out her cheeks, kind of trying not to breathe in the mustiness, and then kind of like rubs her eyes and kind of shakes herself as she kind of like scrunches up her face in a determined expression and kind of steps on in.
So we can see here, there's a door here, there's a door here, and the corridor leads round.
And I assume it looks empty as it does in the picture.
Yeah, it's pretty barren.
Does it look quite dusty and like unused?
It's really unused. There's just like a fine layer of dust sitting on top of these boxes. You can even see sort of where you've walked behind you.
Shit.
I don't think this place has been inhabited for quite a while. Better get searching.
And she's going to move her way over to these boxes and then kind of like move some of the dust off the top and move anything that might be sitting on top of them, and then like see if they're open.
So is she pushing the top of the box off?
If it's like not nailed in or anything
No,
like
it's not.
that, then yeah.
You find bolts of cloth, old clothes. It just seems to be storage.
She kind of like picks up one of the clothes and kind of just like smells it, like takes a whiff of it.
Yeah, as you're looking at it as well, you can see that it is quite moth-bitten.
Yeah. And then she kind of just like holds it and just lets it go, and just as it falls into the box. And then she would just turn around on her heel, like marking the ground with her shoes on the dust, and make her way over to this door and try and push it open.
She pushes this open. She can see it's a kitchen. Again, it looks like it's been unused for a long time. You notice some cards in the middle of the table. It looks like someone was having a game at some point. It doesn't look like it was finished particularly quickly, just like they might have pushed all the cards to the middle as they...
Is
finished
any
the
of
game.
this like triggering a sense of memory or deja vu in
Um,
Becky? Or not really?
Not these two rooms, no.
Okay. She would kind of make her way over to the stove, and then kind of like try and, is it like a arbor or is it like a
This one's got an Arga, which you'd know is
arbor? That's not arbor.
pretty expensive, but this is just hot plates.
Yeah. She kind of like has a look inside them and kind of just like browses, sort of not really properly searching for anything, but just kind of like, you know, when you kind of walk around someone else's house and you kind of pick up things and look at them when you probably shouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So she kind of just does that, and then as she does, she kind of like makes her way down to this door. I assume this is a door here.
You would notice that both of the sort of appliances, but there's no like residual food dirt, so they've been cleaned, but they've obviously got a layer of dust on top.
Yeah.
So you get the idea that whoever had this house looked after it.
Okay.
And as you open this door, you see a tepid like bowl of bath water.
She kind of scans over the room. Can she see anything of note, or does it look as dusty and kind of dank as everywhere else so far has?
It looks, similar to the kitchen. Pretty dank. The smell of the water that's seemed to be the start of a little micro ecosystem is something you don't particularly want to get involved with.
Yeah, she kind of like has an awkward kind of like gritting of her teeth kind of smile, and then just like closes the door behind her and then makes her way out of the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And then she would make her way to this door.
Yeah, just push it open.
Yeah.
So as you open this door, Mackie, you just get a smell of like very old, rotten food. This probably was the pantry from what you can see lying on the floor.
Definitely not going in there. Next room, Carl.
So there is a door there.
Okay.
She
She would push it open.
So as you push this door open, it looks vaguely familiar to you. This room seems to have stood the test of time a little better. The quality of the furniture that you can see is pretty high, and you even notice some small toys on the floor.
She kind of like walks in and like circles the room once, and she's kind of just like, she's not really saying anything of import, but she's just kind of nervously chattering to herself, but like directing it at Coral. And then as she sort of gets to sort of, when she's circled the room once, she kind of sits down on this sofa and then picks up the doll and then just kind of looks it over.
Yeah, and as you look at the doll, you see this box over here, and you get like the faintest tingle in your mind, like maybe that was my toy box.
She kind of like gathers up all the both the toys that are on the floor,
Mhm.
and then goes over to the toy box and tries to open it to put them away.
So as you open the toy box, you notice some quite old toys inside. There's some small like swordsman figures that you sort of remember. It's
Mhm.
not coming to you very well.
Almost like when you're not sure if it's really a memory or not.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
in comparison to the rest of house, this room does
Yeah.
strike you more than the others.
Okay. In that case, then she would put the toys into the box, and then is it big enough to carry?
Yeah, she could carry it outside of.
Yeah.
It would slow her down a bit, but
She would just take it outside of this room for now, and then sort of place it at the sort of front door, like here,
yeah.
and then she would kind of move up, and then kind of like look at the room for like kind of longingly for a moment, and then kind of slowly close the door.
Is
Behind her.
Is she investigating it when she looks around?
I don't think so. It seems
Okay.
bare enough at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we're doing intelligence check for Mackie just at the moment.
Yeah. Disadvantage. Oh, didn't that roll? Oops. 7.
Even though it's not the best, it strikes you strange that you didn't see a chimney above the house.
Okay. Interesting. She would like as she thinks that as she's like going to close the door, she kind of like stops for a moment and then like reopens the door
Mm-hmm.
and then makes her way over to the fireplace and then just
Yeah.
kind of like sits down in front of it, trying to like make herself small, and looks up at the fireplace to see if it triggers any memories at all.
Roll investigation check as she's looking at this.
7.
So you look up, look around. You don't really know why it wouldn't have a chimney. It just seems kind of odd. You check the fireplace and it's just old coals. You look up at the elk's head and not much else.
She would. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, in that case, she would say,
Carl, can you go see where this leads?
Okay. How's Coral looking? Is she just flying up, or is she looking around?
She
as well?
follows instructions very literally. So when
Okay.
Mackie said, "Can you find where this leads?" she'd just be trying to find the end of the chimney, if there is one.
So as Coral goes into the chimney,
Yep.
about 20 centimeters from the point where it stops where Mackie's looking, it's just nothing. It's just flat surface.
Okay. And I think Mackie would notice Coral coming back very quickly.
Yeah, it'd be almost instantaneous of how quick it was.
Yeah.
Mackie looks kind of disappointed, and then she's just sort of gets to her feet, and she's like,
Come on then, little one. Let's go.
and she sort of makes her way towards the door, and then closes it behind her.
Yeah.
And then she would make her way down here into this
Okay.
room.
Should you open this door?
Yep, she would try.
So, as you enter, you see 2 reading chairs. As you turn around, you see a desk, and there is paperwork everywhere. It's like the rest of the house, it is covered in dust, but it looks like someone grabbed something from here very quickly and didn't care about messing it up.
Okay, in that case, then she would start sort of going through the papers and start picking them up first and piling them on top of the desk and kind of trying to make it look neater. And then once she'd have all the papers gathered, she would like take them and then sit down in one of the chairs and just sort of browsing through them.
Yeah, so as you go through them, most of them are just receipts, like large receipts that are handwritten. And you come to like a pad, and it's headed with the sign that you recognized before of the enduring flame. So
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
And you can tell that, well, something's been torn off, and it's taken more of a page with it than it should have. So it looks like someone's grabbed something.
Okay. Interesting. So, like, did it look like it was part of a book and it's been torn out, or it's like been like stuck in something and it's been pulled and then that part is ripped off, or?
It's sort of like if you have a bundle of paper, you could take your time to tear a part off, but this is torn right through the sigil, and you'd want the sigil on it. Like, why would you have that paper made if you're just going to break it?
Trying to think. I'm thinking what Mackie would be thinking. The first thing I think that jumps to Mackie's head maybe would be that maybe someone's ripped this to write a note desperately. It's the first thing that jumps to her mind. So she wants to kind of like look under the chairs, look under the desk and see if there's, or like within the desk and see if there's anything that she's missed.
Yeah, do an investigation check.
That's a natural one.
So you sort of look around, getting frustrated at all. It's just receipts. Like, there might have been something here, but it doesn't look like it's here now.
She's frustrated and tired, and she's in that case she kind of like shakes her head, annoyed at herself, and she's like,
Coral, can you do a once over of the place and see if you spot any bits of paper or anything that the master might find unusual?
Yep, that was a nice detailed instruction. So Coral would zoom about, trying to spot anything.
Okay, so would she have opened this door so Coral can get in here?
Yeah, she would have. I didn't actually see this door, so she would have gone to that door first.
So yeah, so you'd see a desk here. The paper looks very it doesn't look like over here. It looks like it's just set out normally. If you went up and looked at them, you'd see that they're sort of letters between your parents, not really saying anything in particular, but it's more just like a collection of love letters laid out on the desk.
She kind of like finds it kind of slightly heartwarming, but also very sad. And she kind of takes the letters and folds them into like a small thing and then tucks them inside her cloak.
If you checked for Amory, you'd see that there's a whole collection of clothes, both fancy and, adventuring clothes in there, of both of a woman and a man.
I think Mackie would take some time and like hold them up, and then especially the women's clothes, just to see if they would like fit her at all. And imagine some of the men's clothes are far too big for her. And she's just sort of like waiting there for a short while and just. I feel like Mackie at this point is like her childhood has essentially been stripped from her, and it's like being in her childhood house once more. She's kind of having a moment of just being a kid, and kind of just like, I think she would just be like kind of like messing around with the clothes and then just kind of fall back onto the bed at one point whilst waiting for Coral to kind of do her once over of the house.
One thing you'd notice about the clothes is your mother's clothes. She's she feels quite a lot taller than you, and she's a lot broader than you as well. Whereas your dad's clothes actually fit you a lot better.
Okay. Interesting. She would definitely put some of the each of the different clothes aside, like,
Yeah.
and she would like make
I-
a pile of them on the bed. Really.
I assume Mackie would have opened all the doors so Coral can get through.
Yeah, she would have. Yeah.
So, as Coral is flying around, Coral would get over to the this place again.
Mm-hmm.
And if Coral's trying to go everywhere she can, right?
Yeah, that's what she's been told
Based
to
on
do.
that
Look for
description.
anything, any pieces of paper, and then crucially, Mackie said anything that the master would find interesting. So she's looking everywhere for stuff that Langston would find interesting, and any piece of paper.
So as Coral goes around the fireplace, she tried to go up again.
Yep.
But then she tries to go down, and there is a small hole that Coral can fit through.
Cora would go through.
Which, okay. I have to keep a secret. Okay. Let's get Coral out.
I'll let you
Can
do
you
it.
put Coral here, please?
Oh, yep.
Do you want me to see this or not, Kieran?
Well, I assume Coral's going to tell you when you get back.
Yeah, but I just mean for the recording more than anything.
I think it's better when Mackie sees it the first time herself.
Okay. I'll leave it dark then.
I don't think I have any
So-
vision on Cora, or Cora doesn't have any
I'll turn
light.
it on.
Okay.
Can you?
Yep. And there's no open doors from this room. Right?
There isn't a door as such.
Okay. Then Coral would do a sweep, kind of log everything she sees,
Yep.
which, yeah. And then fly back to Mackie. And cheep. Mackie can't understand what Coral's communicating, but Coral would be just cheeping and trying to take her to where the small hole is in the fireplace.
Yeah, Mackie would 100% follow.
Okay.
I thought you said there was nothing through here.
She'd
Oh.
flitter down next to the hole and peck at it.
Mackie kind of reaches down and kind of like tries to hook around with her fingers to see if she can get her fingers through to try and pull this
So-
open.
So you just pull and you pull, and you can only get like maybe your fist or hand in, but
Mhm.
it's not coming loose.
Carl, fly through and see if you can find a way in there or some kind of mechanism.
Cheep. Flies through.
Okay.
Has a little scan.
So on the other side, she would see a lever at the bottom of the stairs.
Does it look like Coral could push it?
No, it's human. It's like built for a humanoid.
Okay. Coral would fly back up. Plonk herself down. Annoyingly, she can't communicate with Mackie.
Where's she gonna sit?
Coral,
Yeah.
like in the fireplace still next to the hole.
Okay. Yep.
She can't communicate clearly with Mackie. She just cheeps and chirps. So to try and communicate, she does a very quick little flit around the room. Are there any anything that could pass as like a miniature lever, like a little stick or a match, or?
How intelligent is Coral?
Coral has an intelligence score of 10.
case, yeah, she'd definitely be able to figure it out. Roll an intelligence check for Coral.
I think I pressed it. See if it comes through. Doesn't look like it did. Let me try again.
Yeah, mine was doing that yesterday. It's weird.
Eh.
I had to click the. Yeah.
16.
So Coral looks up at these antlers on the moose head.
Cheap, cheap, cheap. Flies up, sits on top of the antler on the right.
Mackie kind of reaches up to like tell Coral to come down to her, and in the process kind of leans up and grabs onto the moose head.
Yeah. Is she pulling it?
She sort of would be, yeah. It's not really hard, but she would be pulling it enough to try. She's more trying to get Coral down to come back to her.
So
Like,
as you
sort of see
sort
what
of put,
Coral's looking at.
as you put your hand on it, you can feel it sort of move, and you can feel like something's happening when I put any force on this.
In that case, then she would pull down as hard as she could.
Yeah, and as she pulls down a staircase, you can hear a mechanism whirring from behind the staircase, and the hole starts opening up. And I'll put what Mackie can see as she comes into this room.
Mackie would smile at Coral and be like,
Good job.
So, as you open this up, Mackie, this horrible necrotic smell just starts leaking out of the room.
she like
Yeah.
chokes slightly. Whereabouts again?
Here.
Yeah, she starts like sort of choking and coughing, and then she will take out a actually, does she even have a torch? She'll take out a one of the wooden stakes she's got, and
Yeah.
she will use her tinderbox to light it on fire.
Okay, I'll put that on you. So before you can see sort of 4 skeletal remains. There's
Yeah.
sort of a 5th one, and you can definitely see more to the room than that. You see some armor racks near you, to your left and right as you're coming down the stairs.
Mm-hmm. Kind of looks around, and she kind of like still coughing for a moment, and then sort of slowly starts making her way down the stairs. And before stepping to the bottom, she's like,
Carl, look for any traps that might be in here
Cheap,
or
cheap.
anything like that.
Coral goes flying around looking for traps.
Roll an investigation check for Coral.
That would just be straight intelligence. 13.
There's no obvious traps that you can see within the room. The boxes all look fine to Coral.
Yep. Coral comes and perches on this little box and just cheeps happily.
Mackie kind of steps off the stairs then, as Coral does, and then looks to these bodies, and
So
she's trying to tell if they're skeletal, you said?
these bodies here that are sort of like blackened, it looks like they were intensely burned. There's no remains of clothing on them. This skeleton here, you can see there is clothing on.
Okay.
You can see the sort of cindered remains of what maybe used to be flesh, but it's really hard to tell. The only thing that you notice on every single body
Yeah.
is a necklace, which are all exactly the same.
She'll take one of the necklaces and examine it.
Yeah, I will show you what that looks like. Where is it? Looks like this. So the other corpse across here
Mm-hmm.
has a hooded black robe on with which has purple trimming, like the necklace.
She wants to sort of go around the room carefully, looking over any of these bodies that have clothing and trying to search them to see if there's any kind of identification or anything of that nature.
Is she trying to work out the sort of races of them as well?
Yeah, she definitely would be 100%.
So she's doing these 5 up here.
She would do those first, but you said they were like basically completely blackened and burnt to a crisp, basically.
Yeah. Do a medicine
she-
check for those lot
Yeah.
up there.
Remember, Coral can take the help action.
Yeah, and I would get Coral to help, so
Mhm.
she would just do a straight roll. 6.
So they all look they're probably humans. One has horns, so tiefling. You'd
Yeah.
guess. Could be anything else, but that's the only thing you are one, so
Seeing the horns kind of upsets her, and but she kind of like furrows her brow and starts making her way over to the more preserved corpses and like quite aggressively kind of going through their robes looking for anything that might be useful.
So she's going through. Hang on. So these ones, they've been dead a long time, and they really smell.
Yeah.
Looks like, can't really tell. You've seen it happen, especially by Vicky C. Some of these people might have been bludgeoned to death.
Crap.
These lot here, these two.
Yeah.
They both look humanoid as well.
Yeah.
This corpse here does not look humanoid at all. It's really, and it also doesn't have a necklace on it.
Okay. What can Mackie try to determine what race she thinks it might be?
Yeah, do a medicine check.
Yeah, with Coral helping, so straight roll.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a natural 1.
You know, it's not human, but it's not humanoid. Like, you can tell just by looking at it.
Yeah, I think she's a bit kind of shaken up by this, so she's definitely not focusing.
So what you also notice about this body, like just by just looking at it, skin probably used to be grey.
Okay.
It's wearing very, very decayed leather armor, and there is a giant great axe lying on the floor next to it.
Okay. She just will kind of make her way around it, and she's kind of looking over to see what these books are and what these chests are.
So if she scanned along the bookcases, a lot of them seem to be like training manuals to how to use various arms, sort of books that come with various armors to tell you how to maintain them. There's even like some adventuring stories that you might recognize there too.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a library designed for adventuring.
Okay. She wouldn't take anything right now. She would look sort of over the chests and look through that.
Well, each chest is in a different state, so you'd have to do it one by one.
Yeah, that's fine. She can do it one by one.
So,
she would do the one here first.
So this one on the top of the chest, it's marked YD.
Okay.
And as you look at all these chests, they all have different. Like the next two next to you also have initials on.
She wants to look at all the initials first.
Okay, so this chest is YD.
Mm-hmm.
This one is GK. This one is AG. This one up here.
Yeah.
If she's going around there,
yeah,
is IB.
Mm-hmm.
And that one's LB.
And she does recognize the initials as the different members of the Enduring Flame from what she remembers. At least she recognizes UCAD. And she's less sure on these ones, but she still feels like she does recognize them. She's going to try and open like each of them.
Okay. So she's starting with this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so she investigating it first?
Yeah, she would with Coral's help. So straight roll.
Oh.
So
Natural 20. Oh, not natural 20, 23.
so you look at this one. Looks like it's open and it's not trapped at all.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just sort of open it carefully then. Try not
So
to
you
damage
push it.
anything.
You see a large pile of dragons in the chest, as well
Yeah.
as it looks like a note, and it looks kind of, you think back to upstairs
Mm-hmm.
on the desk, and it looks like it's been ripped from there.
She'll read the note.
Okay, here you go.
2279. Yaron and Leah, if you are reading this, then I fear I have succumbed to the darkness which enshrouds me. You have been gone many weeks, far longer than we agreed. I hope beyond hope that you are just delayed. Mackie's condition has miraculously improved. I don't know what you did down there, but it seems to have worked. However, the gaze of the shadow seems to be upon me. They swirl, becoming thicker, and I fear I do not have long. I have stowed Mackie at the new orphanage on Palfrey Lane in the castle ward. Hopefully anonymity will keep her safe until you return. It's only a matter of time now. Be well, my friends, all my love, you, Siad. Mackie, looks concerned and somewhat scared. As she...
I would say that address of that orphanage was a very long time ago. It was the one she went to, but
Oh, right, yeah,
fell
yeah.
down. Yeah, because I did this like 4
Yeah,
months
yeah, yeah.
ago, I think.
That's all good. She would fold up the note, again placing it in her cloak before moving on to the next one and investigating that with Coral's help.
So yeah, this one's marked GK.
11.
Doesn't look like there's any traps, but it is locked.
She will try and use her thieves' tools to open it.
Okay.
Coral can't really help with that so much, so I'll just do disadvantage. An 8.
You can't get it open. So you can try
She won't-
again, but the DC will go up.
She won't push it.
Yeah.
She'll move over to this chest, see if it's
Yeah.
open. She'll investigate it first with Coral's help. 16.
Okay. So just
Mhm.
this box it's locked,
Yeah.
and you recognise there's a glyph of warding on it.
Yeah, she would step away, as I imagine Langham's warned her many times about glyphs of warding.
Yep.
If it's as you just got it dead on, I won't tell you what type, but
Yeah.
yeah.
In that case, then she's going to get Coral to look over the other two over here, and she wants to spend a significant amount of time, trying to check these ones over for any signs of glyphs of warding in particular.
Yeah. Do an investigation for both chests.
Okay.
So
It's 11 and a 23.
first chest, don't think there's one on it. And the second chest, you're completely sure there's not one on it. So this one, you're sure there's no glyph. This one, you're sure there's no glyph. You're not so sure there's not a glyph. And they're both locked.
Okay. She'll try and open them again with her thieves' tools.
Which one she's
The
starting
one,
with?
the one she knows definitely not is trapped.
Okay. So
23.
you pick it through, and it clinks open. So as you look in the chest, initially you see 250 gold pieces and 110 silver pieces. There is a family portrait of Iron, Lilia, and Mackie all together.
Okay.
And there is also a hat which feels magical.
She'll feel. Can she do an Arcana check with? Coral can't really help on that, so she'll just do disadvantage. or is she
Yeah.
not able to?
It works based on your rules.
So she's not proficient with Arcana, so
Yeah.
depends how rare it is.
Let me have a look. It is. It's uncommon.
I think she can maybe still do it then.
Let me see. I must have it in the rules.
I think it's high DC though.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's okay. 20. Yeah. Roll away if you want to try and identify it.
Disadvantage because she's exhausted.
You're not sure what
Yeah.
it is.
She just puts it away in her backpack, and for now, and she's not so concerned about the gold immediately. Then she will move her way over to this one.
Yeah.
She is going to try and pick it, but she also is readying herself to try and move back out the way in case something, like she sees anything trigger.
Okay.
Again, Coral can't really help, so disadvantage. I think it's a natural one. Yeah, 2 natural ones.
Yeah. So as you put it in, you twist it, and it just breaks off inside. You can probably
Damn
get
it.
it out, but the DC is going to be a lot harder.
She'll try and pull the thieves' tools out
Okay.
if she can to recover them.
Yeah, she recovers them, but it might have damaged the lock a bit.
Yeah. She will try once more.
Okay. Oh,
18.
with that, clicks open.
Okay.
You see 100 platinum pieces at the bottom.
Damn.
You also see a small red crystal,
Okay.
which do a quick Arcana check for Maki just to see. It's not identifying it, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
she hasn't really been around many spellcasters.
no, only Maxim really and Maxora.
Yeah,
And Davey.
she'd know to ask Lanx what
Yeah.
it is. She knows it's somehow related to magic, but she's not sure how. And there is also a ring which feels magical as well.
Okay. Magical ring.
Does she want to try and identify that as well?
She's going to save them all for Lanxam at this point, I think.
Okay.
She knows that she's not really smart enough to do this. She will kind of like, as she does it, because will go sit down at this table.
Yeah.
And just kind of stare off into the distance of like this kind of carnage over the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Once she's done that, she's gonna sort of sit there for a moment and just say to Coral,
See if you can find anything beyond this room. Any openings or doorways?
Yeah, Cora would give it a go.
Okay. So Coral flies through the suits of armor, around the boxes, trying to go into the bookcases as well. But this place, it looks like this is all there is in here.
okay. Mackie then would, upon seeing that Coral's kind of satisfied, she would begin walking to leave.
I forgot to do this at the time. With the little token you found,
Yeah.
just roll a religion check.
Four.
Yeah. Mackie doesn't know what it is.
That exhaustion's fucked me so hard.
So you're getting a glimpse of your old Fae times.
Yeah, it's not reminding me of that. She kind of sighs heavily, and then makes her way back up the stairs.
Okay. Oh, I also forgot to mention that in the desk upstairs, Mackie would have found a key.
Interesting. In that case, Mackie would have tried the some of the chests that were locked with the key.
You. They wouldn't work on those boxes. They might work somewhere else though.
Interesting.
You can look when you look at the key, you realise it's pretty large, and it looks similar to the one you have at the workshop for the door.
Oh, I don't know. Lewis is just blanking so hard today.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the front door key.
Oh, right, of course. Okay, she would head out to the front door then, and she would grab the box of toys,
Yeah.
and head out to the front, put it down, and see if it locks the door behind her.
Yeah, so as she puts it in, turns it, it locks. And you'd know on the deed, your parents still
Yeah.
own this house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She would start making her way back towards the workshop.
Okay.
So many questions. Such mystery.
Yeah. I think she's gonna need help.
Yep.
She's gonna come back into the workshop, like carrying all the. She would have put all the magic items and stuff as well into the toy box.
Yeah.
And then I imagine Langston would be working during this time.
Was he sleeping?
Was he sleeping?
It's down to Kieran really. The making the thing happens during a long rest. How many hours do you think would be sensible for making the big boy?
At least half of it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe when Mackie comes in, it's half constructed and Lit's kind of helping you as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Mackie would step in, making sure to press the button on the spine trap, and she'd walk up and she'd just like dump the toy box onto the table that he's working at.
Lit just like shoots Mackie a look, but then just goes straight back to work.
She kind of looks up at Langston and she goes,
Master, I need your help.
Right. With what?
I went to my parents' house.
He stops doing what he's doing and kind of turns towards her, puts his goggles up. Okay.
You see, Lit instinctively just walks away at this point.
Yep.
But you see Belvedere poking his head out at the top of here.
Mackie kind of looking definitely like frustrated and annoyed at herself. She says,
With Carl's help, I managed to find some unusual things. I found a hidden basement, and there was all kinds of skeletons in there. They looked like maybe some kind of battle had taken place, and there was lots of different burnt corpses.
Wait,
And
wow!
And they found this,
and she hands over the sort of symbol, and she starts like, yeah, she's sort of rambling.
What in? Huh? And he looks at the symbol. Does it mean anything to him?
Do a religion check.
Religion.
Damn, 24.
Yes, does mean something to you. I will. So this is the symbol of Shah. you would know the Mistress of Night. She is the goddess of darkness and caverns in Faerun, as well as a neutral evil greater deity.
Big bad. Bad
Yeah,
lady.
she's bad. She presides over caverns, dungeons, darkness, forgetfulness, lost night, secrets, and the Underdark.
This is a symbol of Shah, Mackie. Lady you don't want to mess with, and you don't tend to see up here in the light. So, start from the start. You went to your parents' house,
Mm-hmm.
and you found a secret basement,
Mm-hmm.
and in this basement was dead
There
people
was-
with these symbols.
Mm-hmm. And they were wearing black robes with purple trim, and there was a number of chests with different initials of the members of the Enduring Flame, who my parents were a part of. And I found these,
And she kind of opens the toy box and shows him the magic items, and she says,
there's more down there, but um, Carl helped me stop spotting those glyphs you told me about before. So I think it's quite heavily trapped.
Okay.
Why I don't understand. Why were these things in my parents' basement? I know they were adventurous, but what? Who's this Sharon? Why would she? I don't understand.
She's
Okay.
a nasty piece of work, Mackie. A powerful deity that, well, you've read about the Underdark.
Mm-hmm.
You can think of her as being related to there. It's the kind of deity people wouldn't openly worship unless they were doing nasty things. You might plead to the deity for shelter if you ended up captured by drow or something. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if they were in this secret basement, then you have to assume they had some connection to this adventuring party of your parents. But really, we can't draw any clear conclusions beyond that.
I don't know. I feel.
You've been given a lot of information, and not much of it's making sense right now.
Mm-hmm.
The best recipe for that is not to stand around and gibber at each other and try and brainstorm our way through it, but to let it sink and rest in your mind. You should go and have a sit down, have some tea, think it through.
I
Yes,
will
Master.
get the tea, Mackie. Don't you worry.
Oh God! Didn't even see you. Hurry up!
I'll go sit down for a bit, Master. These magic items. I'll leave them here if you want to look over them. And I thought maybe when all of this is over, maybe we could go there together, and maybe with your help we could work it out.
Of course.
Okay.
and she kind of like embarrassedly kind of puts her head down and kind of walks out of the room.
Keep an eye on her, Coral.
And she makes her way to
Flits
her
off after
bedroom,
her.
kind of sits down on her bed.
Coral sits
Okay.
up on the bookcase. Langsom takes the toy box, gives it a frowning at it slightly, puts it down on the ground for now, next to the workbench,
Mm-hmm.
and gestures Let back over to continue working on the Steel Defender.
Okay. Shall we go over to Davy Millstone for a bit?
David Millstone! Yep.
David, Storm.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
that's me. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
I know that Davy. What would he be doing? Would he be heading straight to Berlin's after getting back?
Yeah, I think he would because he's very upset.
Okay.
He's in a bad place.
I will put you over there then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, and you?
Hope you like a mystery, Lewis.
Yeah, I do. Bastard.
I don't know what's going on with UC Ed. Jeez.
Yeah. Mm.
Wonderful music choice as always, Kieran.
Oh, it's the same as last time, I think. I'll just move the cats about and put Barlin's new photo on.
His token's so great.
Where should Davy be?
Down here.
Okie doke.
So yeah, but Barlin knows all about what's happened. He's trying to carry on his workday like usual, but you know, after a giant calamity, that's pretty difficult. So he's probably not not working too hard, and his cats are mostly just hanging about, comforting him.
Oh, tokens look so good.
I love that he's got a cat called Doglin. That's my favourite thing.
Stupid face.
So yeah, Davey. Yeah, I assume Davey would be hurrying a little bit there,
Probably, yeah. He'd
hustling.
probably be crying. Yeah. Sorry, I think I might have gone slightly mad today. Yesterday's session just made me.
Hey. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
That was a weird one. Anyway, yeah, he'd be.
One thing that you'd notice, Davey, is when you're about 180 feet from here, you'd see Birdie coming up to you, almost like instinctively, like he's walked over to where you were. So he's following you to the house, even though you're not that close to the house.
Oh, that's so nice. Can't believe I'm this excited about bonding with a fictional cat.
Look how cute he is.
And it's the best picture ever. I love him so much.
But look at the little face. Yeah, Davy'd sort of be just kind of holding it together, like he'd be very shaken up and like, you know, making his way over. But he'd stop at the entrance. Sorry.
As you're walking towards the house, Davy, all the other cats would sort of start coming towards you and following you as well.
Like the Pied Piper.
And you've even drawn some of the cats out of the house as you walk past the door. So yeah,
I can't really fail to get his attention now.
I assume Barlin would probably be sort of half-heartedly working away at his desk, and he kind of would have noticed all the cats move away as Davy's.
Yeah, he'd
closer.
look up and see him and be like, "By the gods, you're all right!" and run over to him and sweep him up in his big manly arms.
And that would be the point where Davy Millstone would break and he would start crying. I'm trying to make myself cry here, but I'm not Hannah, so you're going to have to just roll with it.
Yeah, Barnum would be like, "You're alive! I was so worried."
I didn't think I was going to come back.
Well, look, you're here now. Everyone's made a creepy little circle around us, as they like to do.
I had to kill my friend.
What?
It's a long story, and I've lost my accent. What the fuck's going on? And I don't know if I have the emotional strength I just.
All right, come on in. He takes Davy's hand and pulls him into the house.
Oh yeah, the Davy Millstone way, seducing with sadness.
Jesus.
Through the shop,
Why?
into the
Why
house.
do you think I've finally managed to get Tom to go out with me just by being like pitiful until he was like, "Oh, fine."
Yeah, she gave me the "had to kill my friend" line, and I couldn't resist.
In some cases, I don't think I could be blamed.
Sorry, Davy, I seem to have forgotten my keys. I can't open this door.
Oh shit! Sorry.
What is this statue in the corner? Here.
It's just
Or is it-
it's just plate. It's plate armor.
Oh!
He makes armor, doesn't he?
I thought it was like another Daddy-O statue.
Catio. No, that was
More
Cool.
shop. Fuck, where's my lovely kitchen?
I'm
It's
so
oh,
sad
oh.
here, Kieran. God.
Ah, there we go.
Oh,
and you'd notice all the cats follow you up as well,
Double
and even the cats in the rooms also come out.
Oh, Ironhide is the cutest. Oh my god.
Even for Barlin, this is a bit strange. Like all the
Yeah.
cats don't usually come in the same room, and they
Yeah.
all seem like pretty interested in Davy.
But why?
Farland's getting a slightly weirded out, but his man's suffering, so he's putting the kettle on.
Davy
Yeah.
would just like sit down at the table and slump with his head in his hands, Sort of
Alright, kettle's on.
weeping every now and again.
Why don't you tell me all about it?
Oh my god, it's been 2 weeks. How am I supposed to tell you about it? I can't remember.
Would he just do a general rundown of what happened?
Yeah, he'd sort of explain like, he'd explain about his connection with Ingvar and stuff, but and then he would just sort of run through what happened and talk about how afraid he was that they were all going to die, and
Would he
I
tell?
thought I was gonna
Sorry, go.
I thought I wasn't going to come back, and I thought Mackie wouldn't come back either, and
But she did make it back, right?
yeah, we all made it back, but
Well then, you're all back here. Tell you what, the city's been in quite the stir for the last couple of days. That wouldn't be anything to do with you now, would it?
I've
Oh,
got no
such a
idea.
cute girl.
The-
Sorry, go on.
You wouldn't be sure, Dave. I mean, the earthquake originated where you went down, so you
Yeah.
kind of like it probably is, but we didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, right before I killed him, Ingvar said something prophetic about this not being the end. I can't remember the exact wording.
No.
So
Nasty
wouldn't-
bastards always like to get the last word in, don't they?
yeah.
Would he tell Balin about Ingvar's past? Or is it just like, he was my mate, and then he went real weird, and then I killed him? Or is it like, he was a
What-
murdering bastard that did all this horrible stuff?
Yeah, but I think it would be like, there were always shades of something a bit weird about him, but I never thought he'd do anything that wasn't for the greater good.
Good.
And that he'd been murdering people to collect them as slaves in
Jeez.
weird.
What kind of horrible person would ever do that? Yeah,
You
Balin.
said that so you are exactly the kind of person.
Balin would say, well, my Davy Millstone wouldn't be making friends with someone if he knew that about them, so I'm assuming this was all he was keeping it secret.
I didn't know anything about it until we ended up down there.
Well then,
I knew he'd gone wrong, but I didn't know just how far off the path he'd strayed.
well, that's never nice to find out, but if you ask me, you weren't really killing your friend, you were killing this horrible man who taken your friend away, I suppose.
I never really like to kill anything. I know I might like to pretend that I'm an adventurer and, nothing phases me, but it gets to me. And the only way I can reconcile it in my head is by the fact that I've only ever known them as an enemy. They've attacked me, and I'm defending myself. But with Ingvar, he was my friend, and I don't know how to. I don't know how to get that into my head that I'm responsible for his death, and he was my friend, and he just mumble on.
Yeah, I think Barn at that point would give him a smile and hold his hand and just say, well, give it time. By the sound of it, you've done everyone a big favour by getting rid of him. You have to wonder if the friend side of him wouldn't have maybe wanted that too, if he'd strayed so far he didn't even recognise himself in the end of it all.
Question, Anya asking this here.
Mhm.
Was Ingvar corrupted by Malakash, or
I
was
mean,
he just
it's
horrible?
well, before he found the pot, he was always ambitious.
Nasty bastard.
He wasn't
Yeah.
nasty before Tom, right? He was just kind of.
He wasn't hugely nasty, but he was an opportunist and he was ambitious. He was looking for a way
Okay.
to get one up and over his siblings, most of all, because he was very much in their shadow. But
I know that feeling.
the finding the statuette put him on a very dark path. But
Yeah, it unlocked a door that an opportunistic person would go
Okay.
down,
yeah,
and it would just be a spiral staircase.
whilst a lot of his motivation was driven by fear, he also was never brave enough to really seek help or ask anyone for help or anything like that. So very much his pride and his fear were what drove him down. So it's kind
Okay.
of column A, column B.
Okay.
There was corruption, but also she fed on aspects of him that were already there. But
Yeah.
to
he's-
Davy, you know,
Yeah,
it
He would've
might
just
seem
been go out.
different. He would have just, because it's a huge betrayal for Davy.
Mm. He wasn't somebody I think I wanted to associate with anymore, but I didn't want him to die.
Well, we can't help but love you for it, Davy Millstone, you big art. But some people out in the world doing nasty stuff, they've just got to be put her in their place a bit, really.
That's a big word. I love that they're not
So-
even official, and Barlin's like, I love you for it, and Dave's like, oh my god. fuck Ingvar, Jesus.
I think at this point, Barlin would catch eyes with Blintz,
Mm-hmm.
and in Barlin's head, there would just be a little voice that's just like, "Make pancakes."
Okay,
And-
so
And Barlin would know where it's from.
okay, and has he heard Blintz's voice in his head before?
It's not Blintz's voice; it's Blintz looking at him,
Okay,
almost suggesting it.
but he's heard a voice before.
He's heard the cat lord before.
Yeah, I'm
But
just
the
asking
cat
whether he has
was-
any reason to freak out. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, he'd be like, why don't I rustle us up some lovely pancakes?
This is amazing.
Cat gold. Sorry, not cat gold.
And he makes the tea and plonks a lovely, nice ceramic mug down in front of Davy, which says "Cat's Rule" on it, and then he goes back
Zed.
and makes pancakes.
Davy
Yeah,
would
when it-
come up and see if there's anything he could do to help him.
Does his frying pan say dog's drool on it?
Doesn't need to be said.
You ever seen a St. Bernard?
So, is there? I think would Davy just be hanging out with Barlin until it's probably time to go to the Yawning Portal?
Yeah, he'd ask Balin if he wanted to come too.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And important question: would Barlin make a pancake for Blintz as well?
I think he'd make a pancake for each and every one of them, all cut
Okay.
into the shape of their different heads,
Okay.
down in front of them.
Okay.
So Ongrim would get the biggest one.
Okay.
Oh.
So
Trying to
dopey.
think of anything else. Would Barlin like breach the subject of the Cat Lord at all during this little talk?
I don't know, because Davy's had a bit of a rough patch.
Yeah.
And Davy's like, I'm sorry, you just said the L word and we're not even technically official, you know? Like, what's going on? Oh my god. You can so see what I was like as a teenager. Oh, painful.
I think it would be amusing to watch as a fly on the wall, because I think with all the cats gathered around, it feels like they're trying to get Balin to broach the subject. But he'd be
Yeah.
like, guys, play it cool, stop being so weird. And like shuffling them around to try and stop them looking so culty.
If he did think that, at least two of the cats would like nonchalantly make their way downstairs during the day.
Yeah, I think he'd save it for soon, but not this meeting.
Would Anna, would Davy make any mention of how? Well, I guess in Davy's mind, he's probably only got one thing to do, like that's really dangerous. Would he make any mention of that to Barlin?
What is it? Sorry, I can't remember.
Gosme.
Oh, yeah! Yeah, he probably would. He'd probably be like, I'm sorry, this isn't going to be the last time, you know? But that will be... I think I'm ready to mostly hang up my adventuring hat for now. It's all a bit dangerous, and I just want to see where a normal life takes me. And he'd, like, squeeze Barlin's hand.
Oh, yeah. Balin be right happy about that. I think that would resolve Balin to speak to Davy about the Cat Lord before he goes to Yargosmu.
Yeah, but not now.
But not this second. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then, with that lovely little cat room,
It's the
what
best.
what would Naxora be doing, Hannah?
I think Naxora has just gone to. She's had Morwen look after Manny while she's going to go out and get all the stuff.
Okay. What stuff is she going for?
She's going to get the gemstones if she can find them.
Okay. Naxora has
Yeah.
been to a place where she knows there'd be lots of gemstones. And she went there with Faye.
Oh, yeah.
So, would she be making her way there? Because she did buy a lot of gemstones from the sort of the caravan court place.
Did she?
Yeah, he bought those diamonds.
Oh, yeah, we've got loads of diamonds. Yeah, I still need more, though. So, yeah, I have to go back get some more.
Yeah, would she? Because I think probably in Naxora's mind, the best place to go would be the Jewelers Guild, because they'd have a huge collection of them.
Yeah, let's go there then.
Okay, I'll run. So she's left Morwen with Manny. Vicky's doing his thing, whatever he's doing. So I'll just quickly take you over to the Jewelers Guild. Right. So, you can come here. So, you do remember this place. So, It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago that Naxora came here, mostly unchanged from what you notice. You would remember you came here with Faye, sadly.
Yeah.
Um,
Where's the door? Is this the door?
yeah, that's the door. So once again, you see a little gnome working at the desk, and as you open the door, he just turns to you. He's like, "Can I help you?"
Excuse the duck. Yes, dear. I need to buy some gemstones.
Well, you came to the right place, Miss Guild. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for. Let me look at the thing again. Like 2 gemstones worth about 1,000 dragons and 5 worth 100 GP. Dragons.
1,000 dragons.
Uh-huh.
He looks over at this guy. Please wait here a moment. You may talk to Master Orlin. He leans down. He sells some exquisite magical items if you're interested.
Perhaps, dear, yes. Mostly gemstones.
Are you, any colour anything you're looking for, or is it just a value? I know what you spellcasters are like, always destroying them.
Just the value, dear.
Okay, well... kind of looks off. Well, and he sort of looks back and then looks back at you. He's like, "You don't happen to know another Dragonborn, do you? There's one in here all the time, but I forgot his name."
Would that be Dreamt, dear?
No, she was a green.
Green, huh? What was her name?
Minardi Gadubin or something.
Ah, yes, dear. Nasari Grerin.
I don't mean to say that, every Dragonborn looks the same, but I'll just stop talking now. She had impeccable taste. So, yes. And then it sort of leaves and goes up. Was that 1,000?
It was 2 1,000, dear, and 5 100.
5 100. He's sort of looking around. He gets out a piece of paper. I better write that down, actually. What was it again?
She steps over and she's going to write it for him.
Okay. Thank you, dear. Yes. Yes. And then he leaves upstairs, and you're left with this guy who's just kind of snickering in the corner, and he sort of looks at you, and he's like, "Wouldn't happen to be interested in some more exquisite magic items, would you?"
That would depend what you have, dear. I have plenty of items myself.
No. Pulls out a ring, and he looks you up and down. He's like, "I assume you're an adventurer."
Of the sort, I suppose.
He lays out 2 rings on the desk, points at one of them, and it's like, "This is a ring of protection, and the other is a ring of telekinesis. I've had some trouble selling them recently. I've got rid of most of my stock and the prayer beads, but these are the only 2 items left." And kind of looks at you again. You seem like you would be interested.
And what are they priced, dear?
Well, the ring of protection usually goes for about 5,000 dragons, but seeing as I've had trouble getting rid of it, I would sell it for 3,000.
And the other?
Well, the other is not usually 50,000, but I could go as low as 45.
Both a little out of my price range, dear, as I am about to buy some expensive gemstones.
Well, how much are you planning to spend?
As much as I need to.
Well, if you spent enough, I suppose I could always reduce the price of. And he looks at the ring of protection.
Yeah, let me have a look how much Naxor's got.
He's like, well, I assume you'd have friends as well who may be interested. Judging by your. Well, the friends I saw you here with last time.
Indeed, they are. And she remembers what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think it's Ingvar and Faith and
Yeah,
Nanny.
was it
So,
Ingvar? As well?
yeah, Ingvar was here too.
Damn. A lot has changed since then, dear. But you're right. My companions might need this, perhaps. So I've got 6,000. So what are these gemstones? 2,500. And then I need a wondrous, a very rare, and 3 rare. Okay.
I think like between all of you, Naxora would know that you probably have a lot of those items. You'd remember that at least the thing you gave Vicky as well, which he never uses.
Oh yeah.
What was it? Fortitude.
I worked it out yesterday. We definitely do have enough stuff.
Do we have the very rare item though? What is that?
Nankson's got that book.
Oh.
And Vicky sees Iron Stone of Fortitude is very rare as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Langston book is pointless.
What do you mean?
You can pry this book from my cold, dead fingers.
Okay. Well, she. I mean, what have I got left?
Hang on, let me look at this. So you're getting 1,000. So
Yeah. So it would. Huh?
2,500 dragons.
Yeah. So I'd have 3,800 left.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if she wants to spend it all on one thing.
And
Just in case she needs something else, you know.
Yeah. As you're sort of thinking, you see the other guy come down the stairs with a little box. He's like, I think I got them. Lays them out. He's like, I found an opal. And he pulls out a translucent pale blue with green and golden mottling, which is worth 1,000. Very, very nice. And I also found this. And he pulls out a yellow sapphire and puts it on the table. As for the 100 gemstones, well, he puts down 2 ambers, a garnet, and a spinel, as well as a jet.
Quite the variety there, dear. I wasn't expecting such beautiful gems.
Well, we can't be giving you all of one, you see. Otherwise, if someone else needed them, we wouldn't be able to.
That makes sense, dear. Of course.
And there's other things to do with gemstones other than destroy them.
Just kind of looks away. I will take all of these, and she'll hand over the gold.
Very nice. And he takes the money and he looks at this guy and he's like, a good day, a good day. Looks down. Are you planning on buying that? And he's like,
What a great sound! Yeah.
Perhaps, dear. What was the price again? All in, was it?
I guess I could go down to 2,500, seeing as you've done good business with the guild. And this guy whispers over to you. He's like, "The gemstone, it's only a pearl."
Well, I suppose I'll take it. Yes, 2,500. You say?
Yes, that's. And he looks quite happy as you say that.
That's suspicious.
But as you touch it and hand it over, it does feel magical to you.
Yeah, she's not going to question it. He's a good boy, right? She takes it and hands over the money.
Smiles and he's like, "I've been trying to get rid of that for a while. Come on, Ballywall. Let's get upstairs." He's like,
Let's go anger fuck ourselves to sleep.
Oh no, please.
and Naxora, you left in an empty room.
Oh, okay. She looks around and just leaves.
Okay. Alright. Is there anything else Naxora wanted to do?
I think she would go around telling whoever she thinks is going to be coming to the fight with the Argosmoon, but it's going to be very, very soon.
Yeah. So, she'd probably have to go down to. If she went down to where is it? The Fight Club.
Mm-hmm.
She'd find Crump there, and he would 100%. He'd be like, "Tell me whenever you're ready, Naxora."
I would prepare yourself, dear. This won't be an easy fight, nor do I expect all of us to come out alive. But
Just going to do a quick intelligence check for Crump about something. Yeah, probably know that. So Crump's like, "If you need me straight away, and it's urgent, I know you have that house."
Is it urgent? It's like we're gonna get the last thing on like the 12th, wasn't it? The report.
Yeah.
What date is it today? It's the 10th. So
You also, from what you know now, Naxor would know she has access to everything she needs to get to the plane.
yeah, it's just I was debating whether or not she would wait until she has more knowledge, because if it's going to get more knowledge from it's 2 days away though, could be impending doom.
Yeah, Manny did tell you that
Yeah,
if the portal wasn't closed, it could cause a huge load of destruction, and she said he could come at any time.
yeah. As much as I'd like to wait for the rest of the information, dear, I think perhaps tomorrow will be the day we go.
Is there anywhere I should meet you?
What's a good launching point? Where's the portal again?
Yawning portal is there. Oh no,
The other portal. The
up here.
Okay,
at the
yeah, it's in the
shop.
market. Yeah. Okay, so it's quite close to nothing. Troll Skull. Okay. Troll Skull's the closest. We'll go there.
Maybe the golf bar, bro.
The God Catcher.
Oh,
The God
That's
Catcher
a
is
reference to like session 4.
God.
I would say as well, would you want Trump training with you lot? Or would you do
Trump.
training that day? Or is it too much
Oh
of a
yeah,
risk?
we're not training today. That's why it's not training today. But perhaps, yeah, we probably would train on the day.
Like, he definitely needs to.
Yeah. She'll say that then. We plan on having a small training session in the morning, dear, if you want to join that. If not, you can meet us at the market.
I will train. Where are you training?
She'll just give him the address. It's quite far from here, dear.
He looks down at the address. He's like, I will find it. I've never been to the north of the city before, but I
Of
will.
course, dear. I would bring your best equipment.
He like pats his gauntlets on his hands, which are
Fucking A and fucking B.
braces of defense. He's like, I am always ready. I will wait here tonight. If I see Andret, I will tell her and bring her if she comes around.
Exora nods. Thank you, dear. I appreciate the communication.
Is there anyone else from the Fight Club you'd want me to bring?
I don't know.
Get Sweepy in there.
Obviously, there's what? Yeah, come on.
Sweepy?
Sweetie!
Sweepy?
Yes, he's like the fucking. You know that in that broom, he's a fucking Eldritch Knight with the broom, and you know it.
Okay, alright. We can bring Sweepy.
No,
Hey.
no. He'll die instantly. Be so sad.
Yeah, he probably would do. Oh, no, we can't kill Sweepy.
Hexblade Warlock, but his blade's fucking broom.
You would also notice
He's
down the
Night Pain! Fucking Night Pain! I figured it out!
as you were walking down here, Naxora, I forgot to mention, but the road after the boxing club, you would have seen like blocked off.
Oh, yeah. Comes in quite deep, isn't it?
Yeah.
I hope you haven't had too much trouble down here, dear, with chaos.
Well, I did what I could. I came here to train, and I will go out again soon.
Okay. Don't work too hard today, though. Of course, it could be. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow.
He says, I'll do anything to avenge Faye. And he like walks over to a boxing bag and just like slams it as hard as he could, and it just comes straight off the rafters. And you're like,
Nice.
God, he's making me horny again.
Yeah, Farah just nods in awe, I suppose, and she'll leave, I guess.
Yeah. Who else is there? I guess she'd probably go to the yawning portal because there could be quite a few people she might pick up there. Like Edric.
Yeah. Edric would come.
Can't
Go
say
to
no
the
to the power
sewers.
glaive.
Go to the sewers.
Oh, yeah, get Freya.
Where do you want to go first?
We'll go here first. We're already on the page.
Fry-up's too powerful. Recruiting
Yeah.
him's like selecting tutorial mode in the main menu for the campaign.
Yeah.
And just be like, Yo,
Yeah.
Cosmo, you what? Smack. Dead. Not even a proper dragon name.
Naxora. As you walk into the yawning portal, you see Dernan is having a heated conversation with this sort of shorter, ginger-haired woman who's wearing a large greatsword on her back.
Okay.
And as you get closer, you hear him. He's like, "You're not bloody going down there, girl!" And she's like, "Oh, you don't let me do anything." And she's like, "Just," and she just storms out. And she doesn't shove past you, Naxora, but she just like, you can tell she's angry, and she pushes over a stool and walks out. And you see Durnham's like, "Oh," and he looks up. He's like, "You right, Naxora?" He walks down.
Afternoon, dear. That was a conversation glad I didn't overhear, I suppose.
You know, kids.
I do. I just came here to... Oh, Durnham wasn't invited, was he? Durnham's pretty cool. Strong.
You can ask him.
Yeah. Durnham, I've seen your strength before with the... What was it, an ogre?
Yeah, the troll.
Troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, troll. With the troll, we're doing something... Have we told him about it already?
I think you've prefaced it, but he didn't give you a. He didn't really try. He didn't try to interact.
Yeah. Okay. I've seen your strength, dear. We could definitely use it tomorrow, but I will say it's a dangerous mission. You have no obligation to say or agree.
Oh, you know, Naxora, I've got to defend the portal. It's just, Waterdeep means everything to me, and I'd do anything for it myself. And what happens if another troll came out of that portal?
Of course, dear. That would be an issue without you here.
No, you can do an insight check if you want, Naxora.
Yeah.
What? Let me just find it. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, wait, wrong one. Oh, no, got it properly, didn't I? Oh, no, that's wrong. Oh, come on. Query advantage. Should have done that earlier. Charisma, isn't it? Deception.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems. You get a sense that he knows more than you think about it, and he's being coy on purpose.
Yeah, it's fine. She's not really going to press him on it. Of course, yeah, that is an important job. I wouldn't want to take you away unwillingly.
Well, seen you lot at work, you're pretty deft and all that.
This will be an important mission. So, do you have any idea of anyone else that would be interested in? Well, I have nothing to pay, but it's important.
Well, there's Edric, of course. He's always down to protect people and
DTP.
Looks around. There's some of the lecturers over there from the academy. You could try asking them. He looks over here. I mean, I wouldn't be complaining if he got Balor killed. And points over here, and he's like, "They're just students. What happened with Faye, and she was a trained wizard."
Of course, dear. I wouldn't ask anyone untrained, of course. I will try. What's his name? Eldritch guy. Edrich. Yeah.
Edric. Sure.
No,
I
sure.
would would say about Galvin, but he's a bit of a maniac.
Indeed, we need reliability, I'm afraid, on this mission.
I would say, Naxora, and he points at the door, please do not ask her to go. And he points over there.
Okay, dear, I won't. Wouldn't want to start another argument.
Well, she's trained, but she's so willful like her mother, and...
Is she a relative of yours, dear?
Well, she's actually my daughter.
I see.
She's been away for a while, and she's only just come back, but it's not easy.
No, and I wouldn't want her injured in this next fight, so of course I'll stay away from her.
I mean, she's probably got more skill than that kid you hang around with. I mean, she is my daughter, of course, but she's not ready for that sort of thing.
Of course, dear, of course. Anyway, I'll probably see you later on. I think we plan on attending for information swap, I suppose.
Well, good luck, Naxora. I hope I've been of help. He kind of winks and then he sort of.
Of course. I kind of want to ask these guys, but also not really.
Big Smoke was Lloyd.
Yeah, no.
He did kill her, Guild Master.
God, did he?
Well, remember the really, really big, what's it called? Tabaxi guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so as you walk around, you do see them sort of eyeing you, but they didn't get up or anything. They seem to just be happily talking to Freddie and Galvin.
Yeah. Sure, walk past them. Do I recognise this woman, or am I remembering someone else?
She did the puppet show.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
She was actually going to be a character until things happened, but that got pushed back. But yeah.
Oh. Bleh. Let's go up to these guys.
Mm-hmm. This guy, he's clearly trying to show off in front of these two. He's like, "Now you see it. No, you don't." And this one's like, "Give it a break, Dinkin. You're not impressed." And, Esther is like, "I could do that any time, Dinkin. Just because you have a position at the does not make you a grand wizard." And he's like, "But watch this." And he touches his hat and it just disappears. And he's like, "Whoa!" They just kind of shake their heads. And as you approach Naxora, she looks at you.
Yeah. Afternoon, dear. Afternoon, all of you.
Yes, good afternoon. And this woman's like, "I recognize you. You've been talking to Corey, haven't you?"
I have to. She's been doing some important reading for me.
Yes, she's been telling me about some of it. It's fascinating. Her eyes weren't looking great the other day, but they seem to have fixed themselves right up.
Fortunately, that would be the reading. I did give her some. What did I give her? I gave her money to get them fixed.
Yeah. She found her own way to fix it.
Yeah.
She holds out her hand and she's like, "Estera Dawnwood, I'm a professor of divination at the academy."
Yeah, she'll take the hand. Naxora Shalzar. I am a knight. A knight of the Temple of Tyr?
You're so part of the triad.
Yes, dear. But more importantly, I have a significant mission, and it'll be tomorrow. If you wouldn't join us, it's dangerous and possibly deadly. It's almost to do with what Corey is doing.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know much about it, and she sort of gestures to Dinking and Tay. But if you asked Corey when I talked to her, she seemed very interested and very eager to help. I imagine anyone would if they're risking their eyesight for you. I could tell her when I'm back at the academy tonight.
Tell her what? Sorry, I missed it.
Well, they're saying they could tell Corey to go with you.
Tell Corey what? Sorry, I keep cutting out. It's a pain in the ass.
So they're saying well, they don't have like a vested interest and they don't really know much about it.
Yeah.
But they're saying that they can go back to the academy, tell Corey, and send her to Trollskull to talk to you.
Okay. Yeah. Of course, I don't expect any of you to do anything for me. It would be helpful if you could tell Corey to come to Trollskull in the morning, but I'm just trying to think, because obviously I don't expect these guys to come with us, but
Yeah.
what could they do? Can't really think of any spells that last more than 10 minutes for wizards.
It's a long shot, just
Yeah.
walking up to random people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't think of any spells, so yeah, that's fine. Of course, dear, that'd be helpful if you just tell her when you can get back.
This guy here is like, I can do something, and he's like, now you don't see it, now you do, and a little glass of milk appears in front of you, Naxora.
That is impressive magic, dear, of course.
Yes, he's rather impressive, isn't he? And Dinkin's just like standing on the table, just like bowing. He's like, just sit down, Dinkin.
Well, have a good afternoon.
I will tell you something I can do for you if it all goes wrong.
Oh, what might that be, dear?
Well, I know that spell book that she's working on is priceless. It needs to be somewhere safer than here. I can have it sent to Candlekeep.
Hannah doesn't know anything about Candlekeep.
So, Candlekeep, yeah, Naxora probably would have had it. It's like a huge magical library down by Baldur's Gate, and it's quite well protected.
That sounds like an ideal position for it to be in, dear. Of course, it would have to be after this is over with.
Yes, or if anything goes wrong. If Corey
dear.
or you don't come back to the academy, I will arrange after a month or two to send it there. If Dinking doesn't disappear it himself. Then...
Thank you, dear. Didn't expect help from asking strangers, essentially.
Well, when someone makes a big impact around the city, Miss Shalzar, some people are bound to know you and know what you're doing is right.
It will be something. But yes, good evening.
Yes, goodbye. And Dinkin's like, adieu, madam!
And last person, I'm going to talk to Edric.
You can see Edric's talking to this guy. You've seen him a few times, and he's like, "Oh, Michelle's oh, oh, Loffer, be gone. And he sort of looks up and he's like, ugh. And sort of goes up onto the stage and sort of muscles in between Matrim and Jeremy and starts trying to play something. Please sit down, Naxora. I've been dying to see you. Of course, I'm always dying to see anyone.
Of course, dear. She sits down.
What has brought you over yonder, Naxora? Is it just... and he sort of gestures around the room.
It's not a social call, dear. It's a call to battle, if you're willing.
I am always ready to battle for hearts and minds, and sometimes I even have to get physical. And he like picks up his halberd and does like a quick do against the ground.
And how are you with fighting dragons, dear?
I've never conquered a dragon as I've never conquered love. They're both half mistresses, and some more fiery than the other. Love, I mean, not the fire.
Well, has she told him anything about this before? Can't
She
remember.
has mentioned it. She has mentioned Yorgosmi. She sent all those letters
Okay.
around.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you remember that letter I sent you, Edric?
Ah, yes, it seems of grave import, and I'm sure Lady Soon would more than graciously allow me to protect the desertons of Waterdeep. Is it urgent?
It is very urgent, dear. We think he is imminently going to arrive.
What will
So-
this mean for Waterdeep?
This could be the destruction of Waterdeep itself, dear. It's
But
definite urgent.
all those yearning hearts blanked out in a flash of an eye?
Quite possibly, dear. Yes, I don't know the extent of what damage it will be done, but
And what of Mr. Millstone and his Juliet? I mean, his what if my greatest work may be destroyed?
indeed, and he will be coming with us, and could potentially. This is a dangerous mission, Edric. Fucking Edric.
Oh, all right, that's all right. I know the action behind it, and Lady Soon, I'd be more than willing to come and defend this great city as I should have done with Neverwinter, but never got a chance, sadly.
Of course. What are your talents, Edric?
I worship and enforce the will of Lady Soon, and well, I may be a bit more of a. I may, and he gets out his sort of his glaive, and he's like, I'm pretty handy with this. Lady Soon allows me to heal the sick and the sick of hearts, as it were. I would tell you that he is. Actually, do an insight check to see what you're getting at. He's explaining what he can do, so I will tell you the maximum of his potential depending on your insight. Okay,
15.
so you know that he is a paladin. He is above level 8, but below level 11. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's bedecked in very fancy magical items. You recognize yourself that he's wearing mithril plate, which is highly filigreed and coloured, so he must have a lot of money as well. He would you recognize anything else? You would get the idea. He's definitely a spellcaster. You'd think that he's more than capable of
Okay.
blending in with the rest of you.
What's his deity's name again?
Soon.
Soon.
She is. Do a religion check for Nexora. Okay, so you know she's also known as Lady Firehair. She was the deity of beauty. Um, her dogma is concerned with love based on outward beauty, with a primary importance placed on loving people who responded to the Sue Knight's appearance. So he likes. She's not like inherently good, but Edric himself seems like a good person. Oh
Okay.
wait, apparently she's chaotic good. That's not what it sounded like.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Well, seems we'll have many gods to shine down upon us when we fight the Argosmere.
He looks at you and he's like, I have noticed the embellished fist on your shield. You must have the blessing of Bahamut and Torm.
Indeed, they both give me power, and we will require it.
And you never know. If you suffer, Ilmater may even bless you himself, yes?
Perhaps, dear, but let's not get too greedy now.
Well, you know, I can't have my greatest work of the year all destroyed. It's just it's a power hour, Naxora. It went far better than I expected.
I see from your being still here. I did expect you to be roaming the lands with your power hour.
Well, I'm thinking of making it a yearly thing here. And if this Yargosmi being will interfere with a power hour, I can't be having that.
Then I look forward to working with you, dear. It is tomorrow. We will be training in the morning if you wanted to attend. And we'll be meeting back here tonight for information.
Okay, hang on. He thinks. Where is this? He's like, I will spend the night ensconced at the Tower of Beauty, Soon's holy place, and I will join you at training tomorrow. And we'll see what I can really do with this thing. And he like taps the glaive on the ground again.
Yeah, she smiles. She's impressed with this guy, surprisingly.
Oh yeah.
And she'll give him the address as well.
Yeah. The market or your house or the? Oh no,
The training.
Langston.
Yeah, Langston.
He looks at it and he's like, "Oh, I've never really been to the field ward. Maybe Lady Soon I can impress some love about."
Just to the far northwest.
He leans over the table and he's like, "There's nothing between you and the old gnome, is there? I mean, I wouldn't want to presume, but
There's not, dear. No.
Love shines in strange places, as it did with Mr. Millstone."
It did. I'm surprised, but your charms must have worked somehow.
Well, some of the other people got together too. At least two couples. They were still together.
And who's the other one?
Hang on. Let me have a look. Well,
Valor and his pride.
can you remember Daisy Trad? I think she was with Vicky. But,
Are they still together?
no, she's hooked up with Shizara Ugraf, who was a half-orc there. They seem most taken with each other. I'm not really sure why, but I would never have put them together myself. But Lady Soon works in mysterious ways.
Of course. I must get going now, dear, but I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, and I'll be I'll wait for your group and then I will go to the Tower of Beauty after.
Okay. And she's gonna leave.
Okay. Okie dokie. Is she going to the sewer as well?
Oh god, do I go to the sewer, guys? Should we
Yeah.
go get Fry up?
What
Yes.
would Nexora do?
God. I mean, she's not really seen him do anything apart from cook.
He did tell you he's like an adventurer though.
Yeah, but he's in the sewer. Hmm.
I think you know the answer.
Yeah, let's go and ask him if he wants to come.
Okay, so I'm gonna say making all these visits and traveling here and there. He's probably the last one you can see before the meeting at the
Yeah.
Yawning Portal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Oh, I have to get the map out of the archive. Should have just put him somewhere else. There it is. There's a lot of people here he shouldn't be. So we'll say he came down into the sewer. After you guys have been down here and Fry Up's been keeping it pretty clean of anything, he's just been stripping the whole place.
Where
Yeah.
do I put it? No?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So once again, you can see Fry Up's hard at work, making stuff, sniffing it. He's like, that's pretty good.
Tentatively coming down the gross sewer.
You notice that the vampires must be in their tents, from what you can tell.
Yeah. Afternoon, Fry Up.
He turns around. He's like, he's got this like little mushroom in his hand. He's like, trace it.
Yes, takes it. This will be the first time I try your food, Fry Up.
He's
She
looking at
eats
you like, it's pretty decent. Like, it looked horrible when you were doing it. He's like, what do you think? Nutty? Crunchy?
Perhaps a little too nutty for my taste, dear.
Alright. He goes over to his table, pulls out a little. He's got an inkwell on the side. Gets no, too nutty. Right. Well, it's good to see you again, Nexora. What are you doing down here?
Well, dear, I came to. You mentioned you were an adventurer before.
Yeah, back in the day. That was a laugh.
How do you feel about doing a last stint, dear?
What, like? Wait.
Well,
What, like down here?
no, dear, it would be on a different plane. Certainly different.
Wait, what's this plane?
Yeah, we haven't spoken to him about this, have we? It's a plane with a dragon, dear. Have you fought dragon before?
Yeah, for a green one.
A green one. Well,
Yeah. Actually, oh right there. He like crawls under this table. He's like, oh, I've got it here
Pulls
somewhere.
out the body of Garl.
I've got it. Wait. He just pulls out this like half rotted dragon head. He's like, I don't know what to do with it really.
Oh.
And he turns around and he looks at this fire. He's like, fancy a bit of a barbecue next, or? And he chucks the dragon head into the fire.
certainly a collector of odd things, aren't you, dear?
Well, yeah, food. That's for
Well.
damn sure.
Well, we were wondering if we could have your service for defeating another dragon.
Well, you know, I've already killed one. Is there anything special about this dragon that I could use, you know?
Well, there's something special about the plane, dear. We spoke about him, the cheese plane, didn't we? We were talking to him about cheese, right?
Well, you can tell him again. He might have forgotten.
True. Well, dear, do you remember when we told you about the cheese plane?
Hang on. He's just going to do a quick intelligence check, see if he remembers. This should be good. Where is he? Oh, course of Ash. Oh dear. Oh,
Oh, dear. Apologies.
choose plane.
Oh,
No.
well, dear, this other plane
Mm-hmm.
consists of cheese. I don't know if it'll be the same or different, or
Wait.
but
So you're telling,
potentially.
so you're telling me there's a whole plane of cheese out there, and I'm stuck in this shithole,
It would seem so, dear.
and all
But
I've
it's
got to do is kill this dragon, and we can, I can have the cheese plane for myself.
well. I'm not sure it's a place you'd like to stay, dear, but definitely collect. Perhaps if it's the same.
Well, I would want to accept Axora, but there's a little issue of the points of the tents.
Of course, dear. I wouldn't want you to take you away. These are important foods you create for these vampires.
Well, yeah, and well, how long would we be gone?
Well, I could not say, dear. It could be days.
He's a bit like, oh,
And I will say it's very dangerous.
yeah, that's what I said about that dragon and that spider guy, but he's dead now.
She's not even going to ask about the spider guy. And it could be deadly. But of course you don't have to come, dear.
Well, so he's really like pondering it.
Yeah.
He's like, in one hand, he's like, cheese plane, vampires. Oh, Naxora, I've got to think on it. I mean,
Okay, dear.
I can't imagine people be very happy if I left these two alone.
Of
But
course, dear.
cheese plane is pretty interesting.
Well, dear, if I survive, I can always bring you back some.
Well, that's the thing, man. I owe you. I mean, I'll
No,
tell you
dear.
what. You tell me where to meet you tomorrow. I'll think about it tonight. I mean, if I don't show up, I don't show up. And if I do show up, probably just off the vampires.
I know what you could do for us, dear. If you don't want to come, you could at least offer us perhaps some food. I know that your food helped us before.
That's what I'm talking about, Axel. That's what I call lateral thinking. He's like, what do you want? He like points at his thing. He's like, no, I'll tell you what. Tomorrow morning, make the best damn breakfast you ever had. How's that?
Sounds good, dear.
And if you like it enough, might be convinced to come. You never know.
Perhaps, dear. Well, if you're going to decide tonight, and we are meeting in the morning at this training place, or it's called. What is it called? Has it got a name?
I think it's just the workshop. Does it have a name, Tom? Or does it have a secret name that Tom gave it?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's at the northwest part of the city, dear. If, are we far away from there? I assume we are.
Yeah, quite far, but
Yeah.
Fryoff goes a long way on his head.
If you'd like to meet at this address, she gives him the address.
Mm-hmm. All right. He looks at it. He's like, yep, been there.
Been there, dear?
Yeah, been there.
What?
When did you go here? It's quite
Well,
far.
I haven't been in it. I've been under it.
of course, dear. Yes. I assume you've been all around these tunnels.
Yeah, well, how am I meant to find quality produce like this right here? And he holds up something you have absolutely no idea what the hell it is.
God, yeah. Of course, dear. Yeah. I would expect no less.
Right. And shall I bring some food or you supplying it? I don't know what to do this.
I'll leave the food to you, dear. You know best.
Lovely. And he gives you a really big smile. Right. How many will there be? Like, there'll be you, little man, girl, well, big man who's smaller than me. Is that it?
Yeah, well, I should just list who's going to be there. I assume Manny's going to be there.
Oh, you got a bat, did you? That's pretty good going.
Yes, you remember the girl in the little visage, whatever it was on the table?
Oh, yeah. Well, she's real now, is she? That's your turn for the books.
Yes, she's come back to us, thankfully.
Well, I hope she likes, quality produce, that's what I say.
I'm sure she will be, and I'm sure we all will be very grateful in the morning. Whatever you decide, anyway.
Yeah, well, if, I'll try and do what I can.
And we'll be grateful, dear. It'll be a hard mission.
Well, that's the ones I like, and the ones that, it's my sort of thing. Anyway, better get back to work.
Yes, good night, dear. I'll see you in the morning.
As you're leaving, he's like, "You're giving me a lot of work to do, so I've got to do pre-prep now." And he gets to work.
Oh. Yeah, she leaves.
Okay. So, shall we... That's all for Naxora until the Yawning Portal.
Yeah.
And then I think the last is Lanksim.
Oh, actually, you should do one more thing. Sorry. One more thing.
Yeah.
But it's literally just me telling you that she's going to make a
Okay.
little will.
A what?
A will.
A will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a will, basically. For in case she dies.
Is there any specifics I should know?
I'll think about it.
Yeah. You can send it to me before you go.
Yeah.
Now we'll pop over to Lanksim. So, I'd say between the sleep and building, Lanksim would get a long rest, and he'd also finished his creation.
And with the final touches, he brings forth Glitter Claw. Fuck, he's got the wrong health.
Awesome.
His health should be 47. Yeah, it's something of a rush job. He'd be like, "Well, you'll do for now. Thank you, Lit. Much appreciated."
No problem. I'm gonna get back to work, and you can see she's carrying the little lantern around.
Yeah. Right. Come along then, you big lug. Big bear pulls itself down with its first vestiges of life.
How does this one sound?
It's like a bear, so it's all like.
Oh,
Stock bear sound.
Yeah.
Oh, Christopher Robin.
And yeah, without further ado, he'd hop up on its back, and he'd head out shopping.
Okay, is he heading for the tool shed?
Wait, no.
Tool yard.
No. He would spend however long he needs to spend identifying Mackie's magical items.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he'd probably leave them out on the workbench with little labels next to them. Depending on what they are, if they're dangerous or anything.
Hang on, let me have a look. So PCs, Mackie. How long does each identify spell take?
10 minutes. Unless I spend a
And
spell slot.
she found 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she
So,
found the small red crystal, the magical hat, and the magical ring.
you know that Langston will have to hurry to get to the
Yep.
place. So
You know what?
he,
They're probably not going to be fighting today. He's certainly too grumpy to be fighting people. He's going to spend some spell slots.
okay.
He'll spend 2 first level spell slots casting Identify, and then he'll do the last one ritually. So that would come to a total of 13 minutes of time.
Yeah, so he's bought himself quite a bit of time, really.
Yeah.
So the hat, which Mackie found in the box with the family portrait,
Mhm.
that was marked LB, is a hat of disguise.
Very cool.
What's the other magical item that's not that? What did I say, Lewis?
We said there was a red crystal,
Yep.
a hat, which is obviously a hat of
Yep.
disguise, and then
Yeah.
the magical ring.
Magical ring. Magical ring. Where did she find the ring?
It was in one of the boxes, I think.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you don't need to do one for the red crystal. Langston
Okay.
will just look at it and know what it is. It's an arcane focus.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's probably like quite personal to
Yep.
IB. And the last one is quite an interesting one. It's a ring of spell storing.
Oh shit. Does that have a spell stored in it?
It has multiple spells stored in it.
Ooh.
Interesting.
It has
Nice.
2 immolation, 1 cloud kill,
Oh my god!
1 vitrolic sphere,
Ah!
and 1 fly.
Jesus. Okay. Okay. He'd put the gem down on the counter on top of a little piece of paper with a note scrawled on it in Langsim's very untidy handwriting saying, just an arcane focus, probably personal to someone. Underlined, where did you get this from? Question mark, question mark. Under the hat, he'd say, fun hat, used for making you appear to be different things or different people. Use as you please. And then, fuck, I don't know if he'd leave the ring there with those spells inside. That's a powerful thing. He doesn't really want
Lit
to take.
is standing right there.
Yeah, he trusts her.
Okay.
I think he'd telepathically tell Coral to wake Mackie up and bring her to the workroom.
So, Coral would fly over.
And just sit
Fla-
on Mackie's head.
Would it start mussing up her hair to wake her up?
Yep.
What do you want, Carl?
Cheeps. He flies to the door, sits on the door handle.
Sorry, I'm coming.
Flies violently towards Belvedere. Flaps in his face. But then goes back to guiding Mackie.
Yeah, Mackie makes her way in.
Oh, Master. Sorry, I was
Hello again.
sleeping.
No, we all need as much rest as possible.
Ugh,
He's
sorry.
like completely forgotten about Glitter Claw already, so he's
Yeah,
just
she
pointing
looks-
to the items.
She looks at him and is like,
Who's this?
Oh, this is our new companion. Say hello to Glitter Claw.
Hello, Glitter Claw. I'll just call you Glitty.
Sure. Right. Your items.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to leave notes. I'm being brisk because I have to go out and shop. I was going to leave notes, but this last one's very important. This one, the gem, is just an arcane focus used by spellcasters to channel and focus their magic through. No real
Okay.
use to you, but was probably quite sentimental or personally important to whomever this has come from.
I'll hang on to it then.
The hat is a popular magical item. It can allow you to change your appearance. It won't change your actual shape, but to others you'll appear to be whatever you will it to be, as long as they're vaguely humanoid, dwarfoid, orcoid, whatever you like.
Why
But,
do you think we might?
Was it her father the box was in, or her mother?
It was IB.
Okay, so that's her father, Yaram.
Mm-hmm.
Why would my father have something to disguise himself?
no idea.
Oh wait, the hat.
Yeah, the hat.
The hat was in her mum's.
Oh, she was said her mum. No.
No idea. The ring, on the other hand, this ring is a ring of spell storing, often used by magic practitioners to have a backup spell to fall back on if they need to, or to get themselves out of sticky situations. There are nasty, high-level evocation and conjuration spells in here. This must have belonged to a high-level, powerful spellcaster. This isn't to be taken lightly.
Okay, Mister. I'll be careful with it. I mean, unless you want to hold on to it.
Don't particularly
don't
want
know
to wander around with it.
I don't know much about magic, but I can keep it safe. Perhaps we could put it in the safe with the null stone.
Good thinking. Unless it's going to
Yes.
wipe the spells. That would be bad.
Hmm.
Does Langsam know if this nullstone just suppresses magic temporarily, or whether it deletes it? I guess he would have known when he put the book in there, right?
Yeah, it suppresses it.
Okay. Yes, excellent thinking. In the safe. Sorry, gal, I really need to move. We can discuss the hat later on, but it's a lot of fun. It's kind of a favorite of up-and-coming enchanters and artificers.
Yeah, she sort of nods and is like,
I think I'll head back to bed for now, and then shall I meet you at the warning portal, or are you gonna come back here first?
I should make it back here beforehand. I just need to replace, everything that I lost.
Chella looks down, like kind of slightly shameful.
Right,
Belvedere at the top is like, you didn't lose me.
get out of here!
Skulks back in.
Thank you, Master. I appreciate you taking the time to look over the stuff for me.
Not a problem. Right, come on. I can't call you Glitty. Come along, Claw.
You see Belvedere, Mackie, as you go back to bed, he's like, I hope you're alright, Mackie.
I'm okay, thanks, Belvedere. Are you okay?
I'm fine. And he goes back to his
Good. Yep, Langsim's practically dashing along, or Glitterclaw's dashing along with Langsim on top.
Okay, so you rush down. You end up in front of a building. You know, right? Not you've been here a few times. You made some bulk orders. So
They stole my theme tune.
There it is. So you know this place? It's called the Tool Yard.
Yep.
From what you remember, there's a bit. There's a Shiny Cog has his workshop here,
Mm-hmm.
which you remember it being over here. And it's connected to a tool shop where they can do like bulk orders of materials.
Yep.
There's also a more bric-a-brac shop run by a gnome and her sister, a gnomeling, who you didn't really learn much about.
Okay. Where's the bulk order place then? Is it down the bottom? Yeah. That's the first port of call.
They see a rather stout, quite young-looking gnome behind the bar and behind the marketplace, and he gives you a nod as you come in. You can see high-quality tools laid out on the benches, and you
Makes
see the
him-
door to Shiny Cog's workshop.
Makes some inhales. He's like, worked metal. Right. I've had a catastrophe, Unduck.
Is that right, you fat bugger?
I have lost everything. Everything, if you could believe it.
Or
Shiny
Cog won't like that.
No, I'm not sure I'm going to break it to him. I'm going to need one of pretty much everything. A hammer, chisel, pliers, everything.
Right,
And then some materials.
I'll show you all the tools he has in stock, so you can pick it out. He has up to good quality. Here you go. Everything you right after's there, Ferris office.
Right, you are. Okay. I'm gonna do this quick. He's gonna buy 2 sets of Tinker's tools, 2 sets of Smith's tools, so that's 140 GP so far.
He would say, Shiny Cog's been working on a. He's been working on a, I don't know what he called it, gnomish army knife. He's got it in his workshop if you want to have a look.
Perhaps I'll stick to the simpler tools then, if you don't mind. I'll take a couple of crowbars.
Right.
Couple of tinder boxes as backup. 10-foot pole, miner's pick. The
Not
10-foot
in
pole
our
is collapsible, of course.
Of course,
Good.
wouldn't rightly be a pole if it weren't.
Hammer.
I mean, it could be, but you know, it's not how we work around here.
No, quite right too. Proper gnomish way. Yes, I think that'll do nicely. So, 2 crowbars, that's 4. 2 tinder boxes, that's another 1, so 5. And pole, 5 copper. Pick, 2, that's up to 7. Couple of hammers. That's up to 9.
Yeah.
9 gold
Yeah.
pieces, do you right?
Well, of course, I will have to warn you that the bulk buying material is a bit more expensive than what happened down at the yard. I mean, it's the old coast, really, isn't it?
Yes. What is the situation currently?
Oh god, it's hard to know really. Nova Garda down there. Shiny Cog's been working on something to help, but some sort of crane. I think Grey Hands are down there as well. So big relief effort going on. Not sure how badly it's damaged, but you know, got to keep business going.
Were many people hurt?
from what I've heard, it's a lot. I mean,
I
you
see.
don't rightly know how many vagrants were living in shit, or Mistvale. A couple of thousand maybe dead. And that's not mentioning the ones who got displaced from their homes. Where are they gonna go?
Wow, indeed.
Uh,
I
Yeah.
see.
well,
One
the old
thing at a time.
the old master was telling me about what happened in Lantan. I'm of course been too young myself to remember that, but he said it was chaos.
Chaos is putting it very lightly.
I hope it's got nothing to do with that malarkey.
I can speak with some degree of confidence that it hasn't. Let's see these materials prices, Unduk.
So Unduck's like, so as you rightly know, so a pound of iron is 1 silver piece, but it's obviously been marked up.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be like 1 silver, 2 copper for a pound. A pound of copper. No, pound of iron is usually 1 silver piece. A pound of copper is 5 silver pieces.
Mm-hmm.
A pound of silver is 5 gold pieces. A pound of gold is 50, and a pound of platinum is 500 gold pieces.
He's gonna need some high quality metal for Vicky's device.
Yes, he will.
So
He'll probably need at least to have iron, copper, and a bit of platinum.
yeah. And he wants them in decent enough supply that if he makes a mistake he can fix. I mean, I don't really know how much it would be. Probably a fair amount.
Pound is quite a lot.
Of metal?
Well, you know, it's a lot for money.
Yeah, well, yeah, it costs him quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
But he needs to replace. How much was a pound of iron?
A silver piece.
£10. Gold. £100. 10 gold. That's not bad. I'd say 50%. He'd want to spend like 300 gold.
Mm-hmm.
50% being iron. And then the remaining 50% split equally, so 25% between copper and platinum.
Okay. Yeah. So, I guess he would need less platinum because it's just for the more intricate parts.
Yeah,
but-
like filigree and runic stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you sort of got an idea of how much he wants of each?
So it was 150 gold's worth of iron, which is so it was £10 for a gold. That's way too much. He's never going to be able to carry that.
Not even his Iron Defender.
His steel defender can carry
Steel Defender.
420 blah 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 pounds.
Oh, I forgot to say. He's like, you know, he's a delivered.
Oh, of course. Then yes, 150 gold. 150 gold's worth of iron. So that's £1,500. Let's go copper for the wiring. Can pull it out myself. Let's go with £50 of copper. And how much was each pound of platinum?
Oh, 500 gold pieces.
Oh, good God. Just a pound, then I'll have to make it work. So that's 500, 150, And then 50 again, did I say?
Mm-hmm.
So 700 gold pieces, set us square.
I'll tell you what, seeing as I'll cut you in before, seeing if you know Science Cog, I'll do 650.
That's appreciated. And duck, thank you.
We can just say it was before the accident.
Kind. Alright. Raw materials wise. Oh, I need mirrors as well. That's a good reminder.
Hang on.
That's in his tools. I'll take 3 mirrors. Further 15 gold pieces.
Alright. Do you want them now, or should I put them in shipment? Oh, actually, take them now. Pack them into that stuff, it'll get fucked.
Right, you are. Steel mirror. 1, 2, 3. Oh, feels so good seeing my inventory fill up again. Mirrors, metal for the strat work, wiring. I'll need the focuses again. That's gems. That's from elsewhere. Right, I think that's it. Thank you.
Right, no problem. Ferris office. You can go see Shiny Cog if you want. He seems busy, but...
I will. Good day.
Good day. Thanks. Ferris off Frogburger.
Opens the
So
door.
you peep in, see Shiny Cog hard at work. You see a little gnomeling playing with this sort of ballista.
That hardly
Hey,
seems
oh.
safe.
And Shiny Cog looks round.
Marker, move away, for God's sake. Why don't you go see your sister?
She sort of skulks out, interestingly looking at Glitterclaw. Just looks at you, likes him. He's like,
Gnomelings.
Yes. Glad to say, got away from them.
Well,
well, a gnomeling is a halfling gnome.
No, very good.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps I can keep them entertained. Claw,
take
head out into the yard and run around a bit.
So from out, you can hear the and the laughing of a gnomeling. He looks down. It's like,
it's good to see you.
And you. How's it been?
Well,
Productive?
Yes. You can see I built these ballistas, and well, I'm working.
he peers out.
He's even crane.
Hmm.
As my morning's work to help move some of the wreckage about.
Right.
But,
Yes, but I assume you're here on business.
I am. Not much time for much else at the moment. I hear you've got you've been working on a knife.
Yes.
Tricksy
just
things.
Yes, these are the only things they would done that bloody project.
and he picks up a gnomish army knife. Just kind of chucks it at you.
Surely I've got to compensate you.
Take it. There's only few of us now.
What do you mean?
He just looks at you. He's like, survivors.
Right.
Leans on this ballista and he's like, people who know what went on down there.
Very, very few. Too few.
I'm not sure they'd want to know.
Do you think of it often?
All the time. Ruined my career.
Yes, I can't say. We really thought we'd be making cranes or metal bears to dance around.
Hey. Just kind of sighs. Looks out the window.
Stuck in a city that calls itself all these wondrous titles. It's really just gutters and noble folk prancing around on top. If only they'd seen a real city, eh?
Yes, and can you remember those experimental submarines they built?
Of course. I was one of the first to support it. Well, it feels
Wow.
foolish to say now.
Can you remember all the levers? There's at least 10 of them. It was most unintuitive.
It was, really. But you know what they say? Sometimes those leaps of logic need to look ridiculous before they can be correct.
I was thinking maybe in my retirement, try and rebuild one.
Really?
Why not? Might need it with what happens.
Well, it's not the same, Shiny
No.
Cog. We have to be grateful for that, at least.
Mm,
But if you do, let me know. I'd be glad to work on it with you.
Of course, two of the greatest minds from Langtan going to work together. We should be able to work miracles if we weren't limited by our past.
Indeed.
I guess that's the balance between Gond and Ioun and Ultima. It's a balance, and we clearly chose Gond over what we should have chosen. He kind of shakes his head.
Whatever the final reasons, I'm not sure we'll ever truly know. Though we'll all place blame where we feel it best suits.
He looks out the window and he's like, well, this land's recovered from the spell plague. Maybe one day there will be a Lantan. And maybe it will be built off great minds and great prodigies that we ourselves have helped.
You got a great protege in the works, have you?
I wouldn't call her great. She's more annoying than anything. You saw her leave the room. It's Micah. She's got an older sister, Bree. They run the bric-a-brac store next door. They're both refugees from Lantana and babies. But the older sister came to me, and I couldn't say no after what I know, and I let them set up shop, and well, it all works out in a way, doesn't it?
To get little ones out of there is a miracle in itself. If you feel they'd benefit from a different set of stern words and projects, then you can always sequester them my way for a temporary period. I myself have taken on one from the academy.
Oh, really?
Hmm,
Well,
Ganassi, fire.
you have access to better stock than I, but we can all work miracles, and Mike has got a flame that burns in her, and I will send her up your way. She could do with seeing other projects. And he kind of gestures around the room, like, oh, like this is not what I'm used to working with.
Perhaps better times to come. I laud your generous spirit, though, and he nods at the crane. I wish I could be doing more right now.
Looks down at you, and he's like, I'm sure you're doing your thing. Thanks him. You always did. Thought differently.
And if it's going to make you feel better, you should know, just yesterday or last night I lost my entire material stock and current projects. One fell swoop.
That is impressive. Did your workshop burn down or something?
I kept everything in my metal companion. Yes, don't look at me like that. I know, it's rule number 1. I was distracted. Oh, God.
He sort of gestures around. He's like, "Well, you got a better workshop than me, from what I've heard." And he taps the floor. It's like, "Don't really know why I've got a wooden floor in here when
I
there's
was-
bloody ingots on the floor."
I wasn't going to mention it, but yes. You're always welcome to use my workspace. I seem to be away from it more often than not at the moment, sadly.
Well, I have you know that, you know old Glondil.
Yes.
He came, well, his salesman came around here the other day offering a completely smooth floor. I was,
Oh, not that
Impressed.
rubbish again.
well, he showed me his prototype and it was most impressive. Maybe you should check it out yourself one day. You're going to have one installed.
Good day, Shiny Cog. Good
He
day.
sort of laughs and he's like, "It's good to see you, fat bugger.
And you.
If Micah shows up, just let her run around, this kind of a thing."
He nods, gives him a backwards wave, and heads out.
Yeah, you see, as you come out, you see Glitterclaw and Micah. Micah's like trying to ride him, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
It's fine. Come along. You've got bric-a-brac to show me.
Oh, and she opens the door. "Well, I have my own stock if you want to see that too. It's not exactly what Bree sells, but..."
As long as you can be quick about it. Stay out there, Claw.
And you hear this girl? She's like, "Micah, come on, come over here, get behind the..." And she shops. Toolyard. So, Bree has thieving. No, that's Micah has thieving supplies up to medium,
Okay.
and Bree has knickknacks up to good.
Knickknacks. Alchemy jug, nice. And lantern of revealing. Oh my god, I want them both. How much money have I got?
Just Bree.
I must say, from your distracted nature, he's addressing Micah, I didn't expect, but this is decent quality. Aspiring artificers indeed.
Well, Shiny Cog's taught me a lot.
I can see.
And he always says I have a sneakier nature, being half halfling. Is that right, Bree? Half halfling? She's just like, "Oh, give it a rest, Micah."
Right, I won't keep you long. I will say now, I've spoken to Shiny Cog and I've made some, well, arrangements would be too generous. You two are going to come and visit my workshop at some point in the future. You're going to see a full artificer specializing in, well, Claw? Claw comes wandering in. Specializing in things like this currently.
Bree sort of comes round, has a little look, and Micah's. You get the sense that Micah's very, very bright, and she's already gleaned what she can glean from it just by riding around and playing with it. It's really impressive.
Yes. Few hours, knocked him up. He's got a lot of tinkering still to do, but I'm pleased with him for now.
she sort of pats him, and she's like, "Well, we'd be more than willing, and we'd be ever so gracious if you let us come." I mean, it was, yeah. Shiny Cook speaks of you. Are you Frank? Are you Ferris Office Bug Bugger?
I am. And you two are survivors from Lantan.
He said that you were two of the brightest sparks on Lantern. Is that how you say it? Lantern?
Lantan, for me. But he likes to talk a big talk. We were two sparks, but amongst a roaring fire of invention in its heyday. Anyway, I'm going to move us along. I need to be somewhere. From you, little one, I'd just like 2 vials of basic poison, which seems horrendous to say considering everything I had before.
She like leaps over the bar and hands them to you.
2 vials of basic poison. Here's your 200 gold pieces. Should do you nicely.
Oh, and she sort of pockets it. Can I walk back with you? I want to see more of Claw.
Go and ask Shiny Cog, but it's fine by me.
You see her enter this room?
Yep.
And you didn't see a door to the other room. And she
Intriguing.
comes back after a few minutes. Yeah, he said it's fine.
Alright. And from you, madam, this is impressive.
Well, I mean, Shiny Cog helps us out quite a lot. But we have put our own work into it.
It's quite the variety.
Well,
I'll take a single grappling hook. I'll take the jug and the lantern as well.
she collects it all up, and she sort of, after she gives it to you and you exchange money, she sort of leans over and she's like, before my mum died, she never really got to tell us much about Lantan. Is there anything you think you could tell me that Shiny Cock wouldn't know? Because he talks about it all the time, but the insights are all they're quite dry and just never really I never get what the life was like there. Only the research that went on.
It's difficult, gal. You have to remember, we're not artists, poets. Describing and evoking isn't really in our job description. It was beautiful in its own way. Fortunately for you, I had someone with me a lot who was much better at this than I am, and I remember some of her words. It was beautiful, spires reaching up to bright blue sky, sound of the water breaking against the beaches, whilst the sound of 1,000 little hammers breaking against metal. You never really knew what you'd get each day. Being out off the coast, you'd get all manner of strange things washing up on the beaches. And of course, that was never enough for us. Gnomes always need to go further. We delve down into the water, up into the sky, deep beneath the earth as well. It was a place of adventure. You could have an adventure just around one little ward of the city each and every day.
It sounds so different to Waterdeep.
Well, this place is a cesspit, so...
She kind of laughs. There's some gems in it.
It does have its gems. As he thinks of Mackie. But, well, Yes. I'll tell you more if you come visit.
I'd love to. We'll see you there, and I'm sure you'll see more of Micah. She seems to have taken a liking to your creation, and you can see Micah just like riding on it, no problem now.
Not bad at all. Right, I'll be on my way.
Thanks for everything.
And you. It's all
So,
right, girl.
as
You can stay up on him.
As she's riding him, she's just like asking you really. They're kind of like difficult questions, but nothing you find too hard. But you're like, how old is this girl? I can't even tell.
Oh, I know the feeling exactly as a teacher. When you're just like, damn, this kid's got something going on.
Okay, shall we cut over to the yawning portal after? Unless anyone wants to do anything before.
No. The only thing is, I would have probably told what's the face Crump that we were also meeting tonight as well, because I think she told everyone else.
Yeah, I'd like to assume that everyone going is the one throwing themselves into the pit of annihilation. Okay. Would she be asking Manny if she was going to come?
I was thinking about it, but I don't think she would ask her to come.
Manny did express interest when you told her last night, so...
I suppose she has to come, though, doesn't she? So, yeah, she'd have to come. Because she has to come to the plane, doesn't she? So...
What about Morwen and Dramp?
Yeah, what about Morwen and Dramp?
Morwen and Dramp. No, they're not coming. Well, I suppose they could come to talk about it, but they're not coming to the thing.
She take them to the yawning portal?
Yeah, I suppose they should know what's going to happen.
Okay. I will... Let's just say, for convenience value, that you've all assembled. Like, it's just, you're all sort of getting there at similar times.
Yep.
Yeah. Right, Vicky C. Davy needs to be... Did she ask Fryup to come? Or was he more just like bring your stuff?
I think he said he was thinking about it, wasn't he? But she would have mentioned that they were having a talk about it. So
And then he said he was
to
going to prepare breakfast for the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's seeing him in the morning anyway. What's it say? Good boy.
Davian Barlin, I assume?
Yeah, Davian Barlin. Oh, fucking Corey.
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh, Corey might be.
Should ask Tobar to come to the cheese plane. More cheese than you can ever eat, Tobar.
Right. Who am I looking for? Grant. He's at the fish gut bully. And then Corey. Is that everyone?
Yeah, unless Andrea is coming.
Morwen, Dramp.
Morwen, thank you. Oh god, the table's got to be arranged in a better way, but it's like tiered.
You could search for a table in the upload thing, Kieran, and then place it on top of the tables as imagining we're putting them all together.
It's a lot of faffing. I mean, Davy's mum's in like the proper visiting place.
Yep.
Get out of the way, David, Mum.
Well, if he wants to, he'll have to tell her.
That's down to
Oh.
Davy.
Go on, mum, get out of there. Okay, they're all there.
Where's Manny? Am I missing her?
Oh fuck! You're right. Yeah, Manny. Oh, yeah.
And
Vicky
is
would stand
Andret
up.
coming?
Well, Crump hasn't brought her.
Okay.
Just sit in a circle. Pretend there's a table in there that we've all pushed together.
Stare, sit awkwardly at the side. Yeah, there we go. And he's got a chair. Vicky's got a chair. Durnan calls over and he's like, "Don't usually let people push tables together, but for you lot, I'll make an exception."
Thank you, Mr. Donan.
Thank you, kindly.
David, chuck him like 5 gold pieces. Thanks, Durnan.
No problemo, everyone. I'll just sit myself here. Looks over and you hear him. "Dahlia, come sit down. Got to see how the adventurers really do it." She sort of skulks down.
Right. Well,
So at this point, as you go to stand up next to her, Bonnie's like, "Drinks, everybody! What you all having?"
I suppose everyone's been here before, just the usual, if you remember them, Bonnie.
Yep. Looks around. I thought you were gone. And Manny looks up. It's like, "No, I came back." And she's like, "Good thing, dear. Good thing. Vicky, you all right? Davy? Crump?" Crump's like, "Yeah." And then Edric's like, "I'll just have a brandy." And don't know, don't know you, dear. She's like, just get me a fire wine." "All right, dear. Dramp, know what you like. Morwen, didn't think you drank. Barlin." Looks at Davy. Looks at Barlin. "Same for both of you." "All right, then. I'll just get you a same thing."
I was gonna say, yeah.
And looks at Langton. Then at Mackie.
I'll have a water.
Me too.
What? Do you want ice with that?
Please.
Yes, please.
Well, we don't have any, so you have to do without. And she
No.
just leaves.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I think Naxora stands up, looks around the room, looks around at the group. Tomorrow, we plan to begin so it's like a portal, and I think I read that it takes like a day or something to get it working.
Does she look at Manny?
This could take at least a day to perform. Yeah, she'll look at Manny.
Yeah. And we have to figure, well, there's a way to break the lock, I assume.
It said something about gathering items. She puts what she's gathered on the table.
Mhm.
We are missing some. We need a item of greater, very rare item, and we need 3 rare items.
Vicky's like brings out the little iron crystal, and he's like, "Well, seeing it was yours anyway, Naxora, I think you should have it back." And he slides it across for you.
Well, that's one down. Thank you, Vicky. She places the Lock of Trickery, which is a wondrous item, down on the table. So we've got gemstones, wondrous item, one rare item. So yeah.
Who else is there who can offer stuff up?
I can hand over my boots of speed, or if that'll help.
Will we get the
Um,
items back, or will they be consumed?
I'm afraid these are consumed, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
assume you'd
they
look
are
at Corey,
consumed.
and Corey's like, yeah, yes, they'd be consumed.
Yes, these are
Well,
items
wonderful.
that should not be potentially useful in battle tomorrow.
I don't really think I have much else to give, but I'm willing to give them up if that's what needed.
Nexora puts the rod of rulership down. We just need one very rare item and a rare item.
Let's have a look. There it is. Edric, where is he? I'm just trying to find Edric. Was it very rare?
Very rare and a rare. Left.
Purple and a blue.
Edric, I've been meditating on this, and Lady Soon. It made me look so glorious. And he takes off his boots,
No.
and plonks them on the table. If it is for the good of Waterdeep, it is for the good of love. And he
Oh,
puts down.
shut up. Put your smelly boots back on. Langsam angrily tosses the book on the table.
What boots did he have, out of curiosity?
Edric puts him back on, and he's like, "Merci, Ferris off his fud bugger," and he puts on his boots and he claps them together and he starts levitating over here.
Oh, hell yeah.
I was looking forward to reading that.
Sorry, dear. This is important, though. I'm grateful for your input.
Mr. Fudbugger, it's Manny.
Yeah.
My father had a whole library at, in Ampvale. You're always more than welcome to peruse it if you wish.
What
It's-
level of collection are we talking about here?
There's texts in there which my great-grandfather wrote, and Corey, and she looks over at Corey, can attest that he was a extremely powerful, well, I'm not exactly sure what it was, but some of the Corey says the things in his spell book were at least, well, I don't know what 9th level compares to, but she'd say that.
All right, consider me mollified.
And of course, if you get any books out of the library in Milkvale, you can have them.
Mackie looks at Langsam and kind of smiles like,
Yes, I've always wanted to know about all the cheeses of the world.
Manny looks kind of annoyed at Langsam.
It might be a gooder experience, Master. I'll be quiet.
Vicky packs Man on the back. He's like, I've always been a cheddar man myself. Haven't ever seen the point of the rest of them cheeses. I know, right, Manny? And she just looks at him. She's like, not really, Vicky. He's like, yeah, that's what I thought.
I think it's one more item, a rare one. If anyone has anything else to input, we just need one more.
Hang on.
Mackie gets up and starts taking off the boots.
He's not starting a trend. Sit down, girl.
Yes, Master.
Hang on. Who am I looking for? That person. Yes. Just to get Davey off his feet. What was it?
Need a rare.
Rare. Okay.
Hasn't Davey got like a million things?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like a
Balin.
million hats, I think.
Balin will stand up.
Davey's got so many.
Yeah, he's not giving that a shit up.
Wait,
And
what?
I
he-
paid good money
he-
for these hats.
Balin stands up and he takes off his amulet of health.
Hmm.
And what
Oh,
does
that's
he?
That's a good item.
What does he say? Like as he goes to put it in, Tom.
He says, well, it seems like a pretty big deal to me, and if I can't be alongside Davey keeping him safe, then at least I can contribute now.
Sora gives him a smile and a nod. I'm grateful for your input, Balin.
Vicky like slaps Davy on the back and he's like, "You got a good man there, Davy."
David like give a little like small smile to himself and be like, I know. Wait, what are we putting on the table? Just stuff
Oh,
that's
well, good
useful.
item. Jesus.
Yeah, Amulet of Health's really fucking good.
We need to sacrifice some like magic items to be able to do this ritual, Anya, to allow us to open the portal to go back.
Oh,
to
right, okay.
Woodvale.
I
So
will
we-
see what I have. I've
And
got a pearl of
Bar-
power.
We need one blue item left, basically.
Well, with Balin's one,
Oh, right.
we've done it. But it was a good item.
Oh,
But if Davey had a rapier that he never used for anything, then maybe he could do that
No.
instead.
no. Shush, shush now, Tom. He would, I think, hand over the hat of the gentle sir.
Oh!
Oh my god, shit's real.
That's when you know shit's going
Oh
down.
wait, no,
Giving up the hats.
no. Or would he give over the seed of memory? I don't know.
Don't know. Is he
I
gonna
love
use
those fucking hats.
Why? What need have you for memories when the present is perfection
Well,
with your hat?
precisely.
it?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Okay. He'll give over his seed of memory then instead.
Will he say anything to Balin? Because Balin was going to offer his thing, but Davy's like, no, be the gentleman.
What's
see that
Davy's?
sort
What's Balin's thing?
He was given up an amulet of health, which keeps him
doesn't-
a
Oh.
lot tanky. Yeah, if you want Balin to stay alive and be a tanky man, you want him to have that amulet of health.
Davy would pick it up and put it in his hand and like shut his hand over it. You know, you need to stay alive for me. I don't need memories if I know you're waiting here for me.
Just so fucking cute.
So sweet.
He'd just smile and sit back down, blushing.
Victor looks at Edric, and Edric looks like he's welling up.
Mackie looks at
My
Balin.
greatest work.
Mackie looks at Balin and she's like,
Plus, the amulet looks quite nice on you, Mr. Balwell.
David just like wink at him and give him finger guns like, hey.
Most kind, most kind.
Oh, well. Thank you, Davy. I think that concludes the items we need. And she looks over at Manny and Corey.
Manny, I had been reading before we conduct the ritual. We need to destroy the lock, which requires a large burst of radiant or force on it simultaneously to break it. From what I know, I don't know what will happen if we break it. Usually these things are guarded. So we probably need everyone at once striking it to fully break the lock off before we can open the portal. But Sora, I know that you can cast radiant spells.
I can, dear. Eldritch. Eldrick.
Eldrick Blast.
Right.
Um,
are you capable with the power of
Edric!
seeing?
Edric!
This
Yes,
is,
Ed-
am- this is
Eldritch
amazing.
Just call him Eddie.
Eddie.
I can, Nexora. If we work together, anyone working together with the power of love, overcome any obstacle, even if it is a lock to a cheese dimension.
Of course, dear. And Manny, I know you're not at your strongest now, but do you have radiant magic?
Well, Gaudemy does lend me her power. Let me just have a look.
Yeah.
Let me just check out my spellbook for a second.
Let me just commune with the gods for a second.
Yeah.
Got this. No, okay. She. I have magic missile. That's force. So I could always cast that.
Certainly, dear. It looks like we'll all have to work together. She looks around to everyone in the group to break down this lock. Then, but we should be prepared for what could happen. Anything could come through. Any magic could happen.
Yes. Usually they have some sort of guardian on the lock. I believe it's Corey.
Yeah.
I'll be ready, Michelle Czar.
Yes, we'll have to prepare and be at our strongest. Corey, do you have any idea of the nature of the creature that could be guarding this lock?
Sort of looks over at Manny. Well, I imagine Miss Moldo might have a better idea. And Manny looks at, well, it kind of depends when the portal was created, I suppose, but can you remember the corrupted Fey Minotaur creatures?
I do. Are there more of them?
There are more, and there are more powerful ones which were guarding me at my father's house in Milkvale. They are bestial.
Do the traps in the house remain, Manny? Is that something we need to be aware of?
If we even need to go to the house at all.
Of course.
I don't think so. I didn't stumble into any traps in the house while I was there, but I suppose anything's possible. As he gets more powerful, he may be able to reshape the realm. He may be able to create new tunnels, break old ones. I'm not sure.
I think you'll need to relay to us the lay of the land as you left it, Manny. It would give us some information of what we should expect.
It's difficult, Naxora. I've spent most of the time in the manor.
Of course, dear. Anything's helpful at this point, though.
The manor was how we left it. There were many books. It mirrored my house in Ampvale. I think that was the reason I could escape. I could see out the windows. Many of the houses were completely destroyed. The landscape was changing. It became mold-ridden and green.
Oh yeah.
It's everything that we saw was changed by the corruption of Yargosmu as he drew power from me and Gaudamu. I expect it to be a hostile environment.
Okay.
And not just creatures, but the landscape. It is his realm fully now. There's no one there guarding it. And so we have to be wary and vigilant at all times when we enter.
Yeah. Nexora nods to Manny and then looks to the rest of the group for their reaction.
Mackie kind of nods as well.
Yeah,
Vicky's like,
Langsim's looking determined.
yeah, it sounds, we went into Ingvar's realm, and we got him good, yeah.
It's true, Vicky. We did.
Edric looks round and he's like, yes, what, so this, milk plane, he looks at Manny, or is it a cheese? So, it'll get my boots dirty, I assume. Wait a minute, I can levitate. I withdraw my question, Miss Shalza.
Of course, dear.
I think Mackie would get to her feet, and she would say,
I know I'm a lot younger than the rest of you, and maybe not as experienced, but Waterdeep is my home, and I don't know anything else. And in the past few weeks and the time I got to know the people here and even the people I don't know, I'd like to get to know better. I just want to say that I want to do what I can, and I'm proud of everyone here for standing up to something that threatens our home. So,
and she kind of holds up her sword above her head, and she's like,
I think we are all part of the same team, and as far as I'm concerned, everyone sitting here is
and she looks to Davy, and she says,
is a Davian knight.
Davy would say to her, "Your courage isn't measured in your years, Mackie. It's in how many times you get knocked down and you come back up again. And if that's any indication, you've got more courage than any of the rest of us combined."
She smiles and sheds a little tear.
I'm full of it today. What's
Yeah, you've got your Zen powers on.
Naxora draws her electrified trident and puts it towards Mackie's sword. This will be a fight for Waterdeep, dear, and this will be a fight for new relationships. And she looks at Barlin and Davy, and then she looks at Mackie and Langson. And it will be a battle for the old relationships we had before. And she looks at Crump.
Crump nods to you, Naxora, and he's shedding. He's not crying, but you can just see a tear going down his eye.
Yeah. But it will be one that we win. And we will win proudly. And yeah, that's when she does the trident thing with the sword.
Okay. Manny holds up her staff, and she's like, I didn't know any of you before, and I'm sorry that my family did this to everyone and threatened your home, but I'll make it right. And I'm so glad that you'll all be here to help us. This is. And she sort of tails off. And she puts her stuff in. Vicky's like, well, this is for Faye, and well, yeah, let's do this. And he puts his fist in.
Yeah, Langston's just like, you're all much too tall. And Glitterclaw holds up its paw to join with everything else everyone else is doing. But
Davy
I've
would
always
say-
wanted to kill a dragon.
Davy would say, "Well, I'm not so tall, but I'd happily give up my life to protect this city and the people in it." And he'd make eye contact with Barlin his lower lip sort of wobbling and his eyes moist as he pulls his cat claw out and raises it.
Does Balin follow on from that? He's got a warhammer. He's
Yeah.
got a +2 warhammer.
Holy fuck, he's decked out.
Yeah.
He should
Those
be.
cats need to watch
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Jesus.
But Barlin isn't coming though, is he?
I know, but it's symbolic.
Don't ruin the moment, Tom.
Yeah, Barlin would take out his. No, yeah, I just want to know what he'd say. He'd take out his warhammer and he'd hold it up and he'd be like, "Well, you say there's a fine line between bravery and madness, but I'd say I'm proud to be standing next to all of you brave, mad souls. And if any of you let him die out there, I'll be hunting you down myself."
Vicky's like, aye,
How did everybody get so much health back? Davy's on 22. Have we had rest and I just haven't known
You
about it?
could use your short rests.
Oh, thanks.
Af-
I'm a smart man.
After seeing the ancillary people go in, Morwen's like, I know that you'll all do great for Waterdeep and
Lewis, I'll kill you.
I'm not gonna say anything.
and she's like, I wish you luck, all of you, and Mistress, I know you'll do it in Torm's name, and Mackie, I know that you'll be there, and yeah, you'll help too. And she looks at like Jordan. Dramp's like, well, I wish Severus Arcona could be here instead of me, but I hope you all do well. And Corey,
You'd
like,
love it.
I gave my eyesight once for you lot, and I did get paid, but I'd do it again if it was to save Waterdeep. And Crump's just like, I will be calm. And then finally, the door bursts open, and you see Night Pain.
Quick, look at everyone in the room. No one here can be Night Pain.
Oh shit, you're right.
Tom, I saw Dernan sneak off out of that door, so you might be right.
Yeah, where's Dernan?
He stands up on the table, and he's like, there will be justice for this creature which I've heard about. And he throws his boomerang in.
Oh, yeah.
You're an evil genius.
Love it. Yeah.
No one ever thinks about how awkward it is taking your swords back out again afterwards.
Next door removes the trident, stabs it into the floor, makes electric sparks everywhere.
Alright, that wasn't awkward.
Well,
Can Mackie do an insight check on Night Pain
of course.
and see if he looked worried about Naxora sparking the floor with her trident?
Okay. Let me do Night Pain.
I'm still exhausted. God damn it!
Just had that varnished.
Ah, poor.
Damn it.
I've used up all my hit die. I assume we're not going to be having another short rest.
We're not
Well,
going
if,
now. We're gonna have a
no,
long
No,
rest.
not yet. Yeah.
Oh!
You didn't need to splurge all your
Oh.
hit die.
Ah, well.
Well, it doesn't matter. Never mind.
Let me just find Night Pain.
I rolled a 4, Kieran. So
Well, you never know. You never know.
there you go. 10.
He looks like he's just. He doesn't look like he's enjoying himself. He doesn't look like he's not enjoying himself. He was just here. He's like,
Yeah.
well, I'm not going to stick about to drinks, you wasters. I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
He turns into a bat and flies out the window.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be so mad if it is done and not Belvedere.
Well, He was sitting on the chair listening, you know.
Jolly good show.
Love
If you have any complaints, please address them to the workshop in 3 days' time.
it.
If
That's-
there is a workshop in 3 days' time, Langsim, haha.
Indeed.
Bonnie comes back out and she's like, "Oh, I've got all your drinks here, lovely. Momentarily. We're done and go." She looks at Dahlia, and Dahlia's like, "I don't know, I'm not his childminder." I'm just like, "Well, someone should be your childminder." And goes around.
Bonnie's got so catty.
I love Bonnie. Bonnie's the best character.
She like stands up, walks around the portal. Here you go, Crump. All right. Oh, I'll just see where Durnan's gone.
Be great if he came back in normal clothes but wearing the hat at the top.
So you see Durnan come out, and he's like, "Oh, that's good slash." He looks at Dahlia. He looks at Dahlia, and he's like, "Did I miss anything?" And she's like, "Don't call me love, Dad. It's embarrassing." "Oh, just want to know what's going on."
Yeah.
So your characters have the evening to talk about whatever they want to each other, seeing as it's one of the last times, before they risk their lives.
Would there
Yeah.
be, for old time's sake, even though Mackie wasn't there, would there be any cool music coming from Mr. Free Strings?
Well, there's also Jeremy Swinglebert up there.
No, but we don't talk about his awful performances. Just
Let me find
Well,
Sounds
amazing.
like it's time for a bard off.
Someone else who wasn't in the room.
have you got the
Gravy.
old dance music, Kieran?
Probably do. What about? Oh, good. I'm trying to find it. Davy's song. No, it's not Davy's song. It was before they went to Milkville. Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah. Come on, Sanderson.
So, is there anyone? Well, I'll let your characters do what they feel they might.
I think with sorry, go on next, Sarah.
No, you go. You go.
I think with Free Strings playing the music, and I can imagine Mackie looking to like Davy and Barlin and seeing the magic in the air. Dance, you fools!
Victor's like, "Oh fuck! I forgot to bring Ross."
Langston's
safety
pestering Manny about the library.
What would he be saying?
Just asking about whether they have anything on artificing, smithing, that kind of stuff.
She'd
Does
be
it
like,
have a
"Oh,
robust section on tinkering?
It might have a section on tinkering.
Might have.
Well, I have been wanting to talk to both you and Mackie, Ferris Office Bugbugger.
Get over here, gal!
Yes,
Well,
master.
I meant more like casual.
Yes, master.
Oh,
She said she needs to talk to us.
Well, I didn't.
Oh, hello.
I didn't need to, but it's.
What do you
Nice
need to
meet
say?
Problem.
I was more just gonna say thank you for everything that you did in the time that I wasn't here, and for coming and fixing what my forebearers did. You,
Well, we appreciate your thanks.
I mean, mostly we've just been killing vampires.
Mm,
oh, well, that was with That was with Vladimir Ilyich, right?
Mm.
Oh, I remember doing I did the first part of the investigation with Vicky, and
Well, maybe without your help, we wouldn't have been able to solve that. So, I guess it goes both ways.
Mm.
You're too kind, but I never really found out how it ended. Did you find out who did it?
I think we don't know exactly, but we think it might have been a woman called Jenny Kincaid.
Oh, she was the sister of Priscilla.
That sounds correct.
Sounds like there's a lot more going on than we expected.
It was surprising to say the least.
She was a nasty piece of work in the end. Associated with Orcus, don't you know?
Oh,
Right.
well, actually, Manny might not know who that is. She has been secluded a lot of her life.
I hope that one day maybe we can find her and put a stop to whatever evil plan she's got concocted under there.
Well, of course. I mean, after this, I shall be in all of your debt. You didn't even know me.
You don't need to repay us anything. This is all for the good of Waterdeep.
I know. There's a lot of guilt, I suppose.
Mackie nods.
She kind of looks at Mackie. I think Nexora or someone, I was in and out a lot of the day, and I didn't know before. They said Davy Millstone was an author.
Yes, he's an incredible author. He wrote Night of the Night Rider. Have you not read it?
She said about that.
It's the grandest and most incredible fiction novel of our generation. I have a number of copies if you want to borrow one.
Oh yes, I'd love to. I love fantasy.
Mackie reaches into her bag and pulls out one of the 2 copies that she always keeps.
Manny takes it and she's like, "Oh, the cover art really is inspiring."
I know, right? Have you seen the? I actually have one of the covers that was the limited edition illustrated ones. That was just before the proper painting one, but more just illustrated artwork, more kind of thing, like sketch work. It's quite incredible.
You feel a hand on your shoulder, Mackie.
Mm-hmm.
And Dahlia's like, "Did you say about Night of the Night Rider?"
Oh my god.
Have you read
What's
it as
that,
well?
Vicky? You need my help? I'll be right there. Sorry. Excuse me.
It's a great book. It's what my
It's the
dad.
most incredible book.
It really helped me after Well, Danny's my dad.
Oh, I didn't know. It's nice to meet you. What's your name?
I'm Dahlia. But
Nice to
anyway,
meet you, Becky.
was it? She looks around. So I didn't realize that was Davy Millstone.
Yeah, that's Davy. That's Mr. Davy. Yeah, he's just like he's essentially a stand-in for the main character in the book.
Oh, I mean that's part of the reason that I took up using my greatsword. I mean, except my dad wields one, but she looks over like in awe of Davy.
Yeah, she holds up a rapier and says,
It's the same reason I took up sword fighting as well.
Manny just looks across the table and she's like, I guess I always prefer characters who use magical nature instead, but I suppose you embody what you like. And she's like, laughs nervously.
There's actually a mage character in the book that you would really like, Miss Manchego.
Oh,
Yes, there's a human male named Halton Fortune. He wields he wields all kinds of evocation magic and bends spells around the enemies of Mr. Landon.
Dahlia's like, well, my mother was a spellcaster. Her name was Rose, and that's kind of she's just kind of like. I assume this fan conversation goes on for a little bit.
Definitely.
Vicky's just like, I see. Better go talk to the intellectuals, Maxim. Nexor.
I need to take your measurements, Mr. Cordell.
I thought you did that last time.
I need to take them again. Don't send me back to that conversation.
Ah, yeah. Shall we go to the little boy's room and...
Lead on.
Yeah.
Nexora's going to talk to Corey.
Okay. Corey looks up at you, Nexora.
I hate to ask of you another favor. You don't happen to know if there are any alchemists in the school that could create healing potions or fire resistance?
She thinks deeply, and she's well, the resident alchemist is away at the moment, Nexora, but I can try and ask my colleagues if they have any, and seeing as I'm coming with you, we can talk about payment after we get back.
Of course, dear. It's just we want to be as prepared as we can be.
I know. I'll try and get everything together that I can, and
that would be helpful. I know that the dragon can. It was fire, right? Breathe fire.
Yeah.
It was fire, but technically it was cheese. But yeah, it's fire.
Yeah. Some form of heat-resistant potions will be helpful.
Of course. I think she puts her head back. I think Drummond. Fuck. I think this guy. He's
Drom.
Drom. He is the resident evocation professor. I should be able to get some off him.
That would be ideal. I keep asking you favors, dear, but this is important.
Well, she looks up at you, Nexora. I'm sure I can think of some favors when we get back that I can ask of you. You or your band. You all seem rather powerful.
Yeah, she smiles and nods. And she's going to turn to Crump.
Yeah, you see Corey go talk to Estera.
Yeah.
Nexora.
Evening, dear. How are you feeling about the situation?
I am calm, and I am ready for vengeance.
And I hope you get it. And I hope that we succeed for Faye.
Is there anything left of her?
Does Nexora know?
From what Manny said, you think her soul is trapped with like in or with Yagosmi.
Okay, so it's actually with Yagosmi. Okay.
Yeah, you think it's from what Manny said. You think it's intact, but it's trapped.
I think that her soul is trapped in the plane, Crump. It will be one thing to free her. And you see, Nexora looks quite determined at that point.
Yeah. Crump's like, I will do everything I can to assist you, Naxora.
I think with you by my side and everyone else, I think we are going to. I'm trying to think of poignant words, but they're not coming to me. God damn it.
It doesn't matter if it's Crump. He won't get
If we're going to defeat this dragon,
I've never punched a dragon before, but I will be calm when I do it.
if that's the way you do the most damage, Crump.
If we survive, I will walk the path of Eldarth, and I will be calm from then on. I shall not cause injury. It's what's a peaceful life.
Peaceful life. I think that's all anybody really wants.
I hope you get it too, Naxora. You deserve it.
Thank you, dear. We'll have to see. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. Anyone else want to talk to anyone around here?
I think Mackie would just be continuing to talk to Dahlia, just being like,
Yeah, I never really knew why Davey decided to call the main character Buster Cherry, but
Dahlia looks at Mackie and she's like, "Oh, I can think of a lot of reasons."
Mackie just looks confused.
Dahlia's probably about 2 years older than Mackie, so she kind of just smiles.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh, you will one day." Danon walks past and he's like, "Dahlia." She's like, "What?" And he just walks past.
Next door, we'll talk to Matt Morwen very briefly.
Yeah.
Morwen, dear, if you're not coming, but if the worst should happen to me, then I've left my will in my room.
Oh, Mistress, don't say that. You'll come back.
One can only hope, dear. It's just if the worst is to happen.
She looks at you very, pointedly, and she said, "If you don't come back, and he comes through, what do we do?"
I guess you do all you can do, dear, and you fight. You fight to kill him.
I'll try, Mistress. I know you'll come back, though, so I don't have to worry about that.
Of course. I say fight him, but I worry for you, dear, if perhaps you fight alongside everyone, as we are today, as we will tomorrow.
If it all does go bad and you don't come back, I'll go to Force Grey and I'll tell them and see if that does anything. I know
Let's hope they listen to you, dear.
I know that the Black Staff can awaken the statues if it's necessary.
Statues, sure.
There's huge statues all over Waterdeep, like the Godcatcher.
That's so cool.
And there's this staff which the head mage who's in charge of Force Grey has. That can awaken the statues.
Awesome.
Let them fight.
Of course. I think the only hope the Waterdeep would have, dear. That would be important.
Maybe you can write some of it in your will. Maybe that would mean more if I took it to them, just in case.
I will add it when I get home. Of course, that's a good idea.
Sorry I didn't mention it sooner, Mistress. I just... things come and go.
Of course, dear. Yes. And oh god, I had something else to say, but I can't remember what it was. He'll come back. And
Are Davy and Barlin talking to anyone or just keeping to themselves?
Davy wants
Bruh.
to ask Balin a question.
Hang on, I just want to say something because funny. You got three bears in this area. Go on, Davy.
So, Balin, there was something I wanted to talk to you about, if that's all right, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Everything we've been talking about already.
Well, I don't know how to ask this. Things I think between me and you have been going pretty well, and I don't want you to think this is too soon, or I don't want you to, maybe if you're not comfortable with that, or if I die, if it makes things worse. But kind of,
I find it's much easier if you just ask the question.
well, I'm not seeing anybody else and not interested in anybody else. How do you see this going?
How do I see it going?
You know
We've
what I
had
mean.
a lovely time so far. Cats are being a bit weird today, must be said. But apart from you gallivanting around and slaying great evil and fighting a dragon tomorrow, but as long as you make sure you come back from that, I'd say you and I got a bright future together.
That's the thing, though. I can't guarantee that I will come back,
Oh,
and
no one can guarantee anything much in this life of ours. But if you can guarantee me you'll do your best, that's all that matters.
Davy would take his hand and say, "I absolutely promise you, I will do everything I can to come back to you, Balin Bulwell."
What do you reckon, strange metal bear? I think we've got a deal.
And at that point, Barlin, as he brought Birdie on the table,
Of course.
he's like walking around on the table, and as you say that, Birdie just winks at you.
Oh my god. Birdie's the coolest character.
Birdie's the MVP.
Yep.
Wait, I still don't know if this means we're official or not.
Oh
'cause
my god. Yes.
It's really hard to know how I didn't have a boyfriend till I was 22.
God bless.
While they're talking, Valor would like make his way over and be like, "Mr. Millstone, you're looking rather dashing after your speech this evening.
Thank you very much, Balor.
I have to say that perhaps we could get you away from this little one and we could go on a cross-leaf party."
You're having a laugh, mate. Why didn't you take your strange get up here and walk back on over where nobody wants you to be?
And
David put his
I
hand
could share
on
a
his...
much better time with my Robocop.
Whoa, guys, calm. Thank you,
Did he
Balor.
say much better time with his Robocock? Barlin's gonna
Oh.
swing at him.
No, oh, for fuck's sake.
Barlin's gonna clock him one.
Lord,
That's
fucking
fair
Dex
enough.
Dex just enough to get in the way.
Yep. Barlin
Yeah.
clocks him one and says, "Don't you come round here with your strange proclamations about disgusting parts of yourself. He's spoken for and he's very happy about it."
And at this, Vicky puts his hands on Valor's shoulder, and he's like, "Come on, little fella, come on."
Oh, he's out cold.
Oh fuck! He punched him at one. Okay. Vicky just grabs his legs and starts pulling him away.
I better see it.
Much obliged. Much obliged, Vicky.
Barlin, there really wasn't any need for that. It's cute of you to get not defensive, but I wasn't going anywhere with him.
Nobody's gonna be brandishing their robo bits around my man.
I've already seen it, and it's quite the story. But I will tell you that another time. I need to give him like a kiss on the cheek.
Colin has a confused eyebrow, but the kiss
Vicky's
makes
like-
it okay.
He means he saw it on Langston's table. If that helps, Barlin.
Yeah, he's right. He wasn't a or anything, which somehow made it weirder that it was wiggling around everywhere. But yeah.
So the same man that made this, pointing at Glitterclaw, made his cock.
Davey just gives like an exasperated nod of yep.
Vicky looks over and he's like, "I know you two guys are dwarfs, but you don't have to be so good at
So good at what?
digging holes."
Well, if it's alright by everyone, I think I'll stick to making arms and armor, if that's alright.
I certainly don't want you making robococks for anybody else. Thank you very much.
You got nothing to worry about. Has Vicky just left below there?
Yeah, you didn't couldn't be bothered with him.
Put him in the broom cupboard.
Just chuck him in the fucking portal.
No! I worked hard on that cock. Excuse me. Clip that.
Oh, Davey. One
Mhm.
person who's here who's only just noticed you is your mum.
Oh, I knew you were
Hey.
gonna say that.
But she has been reading your mind as you've been going through all this. But she's held off. She's held off. But you get a message in your head calling you over to the personal area.
You're needed in your mum's personal area, Davey.
You are full of it tonight, Tom.
Barton has just got a trigger down his spine.
Yeah, David would say, Barlin, Mum wants me. Do you want to come and say hi, or are you all right here?
I'll come along. That's alright.
Well, you are the total opposite of my real life boyfriend who refuses to get out of the car, so he doesn't run into my dad.
The
It's
horror.
at the beginning. He's got to.
Come on then, let's go.
So as you walk over, oh, Davy and Barlin, sit down. Oh,
Good
Lovely
evening,
to see you
Mother.
again, Mrs. Millstone.
it's a pleasure, Barlin, and of course, Davy. Say hello, Lundick. And Lundick's like, "Meow." And
If your dad was like Lundick, that'd be great.
well, I was listening in on all your conversations, and well,
Mother!
it seemed pretty important, Davy. Don't chastise me. You're gonna risk yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, Mum, what about it?
Well, little angel, I just want to say good.
Thanks, Mum. I'm not particularly looking forward to it, but justice has to be served.
Right, well, I know that you're a big boy, and well, you got to look after yourself, and of course your new man here. You better have this. And she gives you Keogtum's ointment.
Oh, yeah. That's a good item.
What is that? And how do you spell it?
Barlin's nodding very smugly as she's saying all these things.
Perfect item.
Oh, no, I found it.
That's it.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat as well.
Better
What are
take
you
your
laughing at?
cow pole with you, Davy. Make sure you're all right.
It's like she gave you a bunch of like fucking Vaseline, basically.
But it's a glass jar, 3 inches in diameter. You get so there's 5 doses. They smell
Oh, nice.
faintly of aloe. The jar and its contents weigh half a pound. As an action, 1 dose of ointment can be swallowed or applied to the skin. The creature that receives it gains 2d8 plus 2 hit points, ceases to be poisoned, and is cured of any disease. So
That's amazing.
It's very good.
Has it only got 1 dose in it, or is it?
Got
It's
5.
got 5.
Oh, yes.
She looks at Barlin. She's like, "That's how he grew up to be so big and dumb. Keep the doctor away."
Mother, stop embarrassing me.
You've done a wonderful job raising him, Mrs. Millstone.
Oh,
David, like, elbow creep.
well, I'm gonna be off tomorrow, Davy. It was lovely visiting, and it was lovely seeing you too.
You will come again, Mum. Be nice to see you, you know. Or maybe I'll come up and see you.
Well, maybe you and Barlin come up to Wildboard to see me in Lunduk. It'd be nice. And Lunduk's just like,
Maybe we will, Mum. Yeah, I'd like that. It'd be nice to be home.
and I can make the Lord's Fowl you love so much.
Oh yes, we made that the other day, didn't we, Barlin?
Right, you are. I'm sure my kitchen doesn't compare, but I thought we did a pretty good job.
Well, you got yourself a keeper, both of you. Now, go off with your boy, or I start crying.
I half expect her just to say no. Fuck off! It was in the air.
Yeah, it really was.
Davy would stand up and he'd go around to his mum, and knowing the danger that he's walking into tomorrow, he would give her like an extra, like, loving hug.
Yeah, she
for
gives
saying
it.
goodbye.
She gives it back, and she's in your mind. She's like, "Good luck, little boy."
Mother, I'm 308.
I think he's 84. I think that's all.
Oh, I
Yeah.
don't know how old he is.
Say goodbye, Lunduk. And he's like,
Lovely to meet you, Linda.
But Lunduk stands up, Davy, like pretty big for a dwarf, holds out his hand.
Validation. Davy would reach over and he would do that thing the businessmen do when they like clasp the hand with both hands and like.
Yeah, I hate when people do that.
But
Well, Davy's doing it. Yeah.
yeah, Lunduk looks down at you. He's like, "Oh."
I
Sits
can
back
see you
down.
make my mum very happy.
He gives the wryest smile you've ever seen.
Oh yeah, I do.
Just mentally says to Davey, "He's my foot boy."
Treat me like a glove puppet.
Oh my god, Mama Millstone, best character.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Mama.
Oh,
Hi, Davy.
it's got to that point in the evening where it starts getting silly.
Oh, this is the time to be silly. It's like this is
Yeah.
the last hurrah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
leave it all out.
So,
Alright.
so if
Next
you-
Zora's not silly though. She's gonna talk to
Yeah.
Maureen and Nanny.
Okay.
Stop running away, Barlin.
I felt bad about leaving the bear thing alone.
No.
Davy had stopped poking it. What even is it anyway?
Dunno, looks like a bear. Got no fur.
I look like a bear.
You do look like a bear.
Davey would put his hat of the big game hunter on and be like, huh?
Be careful, you might get ideas.
Wouldn't be the first time it's happened to me.
Glitterclaw looks very confused and like.
Yeah.
Davey would just like put a pint in front of it and be like, "You're a good boy."
Mr. Millstone
What? He was thirsty.
doesn't drink ale.
What does he drink then?
Nothing. He's an automaton.
How can he be thirsty if he doesn't drink nothing?
Your perception of him being thirsty doesn't make him actually thirsty.
Davey would take off the hat of. Oh no, he would take off one of his hats out of his bag and probably the one with the drunk slut thing written on it, and like put it on Glitterclaw's head and be, but he's having fun.
Hexam has this little moment, the flashback to Shiny Cog being like, how far we've fallen. He's just like, I'm going to get a stiff drink.
Just put the pirate hat on him and see if he talks like a pirate bear.
Oh my god, yes. He'd put the pirate hat on him. I feel like Davey should also talk to Barlin at some point about the fact that he wants to adopt Mackie, but I don't know if now's the time.
Sounds like a conversation for after you survive.
But if you're alive, yeah.
So the hat goes on to Glitterclaw. He doesn't talk like a pirate, but he looks cute in the hat anyway.
No. The old pirate bear.
I feel like when Langston was over here, he would have briefly overheard Bartimus Scallywinkle being like,
no.
So I've got a book I've been writing about the three of you.
That's what he did.
Oh god.
And Abery was like, why don't you keep it in your pants?
He would just be writing and just like peeking over the book, like, yes.
Okay, let's do
Be something.
next. What did Naxora want to say to Manny and Morwen?
Oh, it was just gonna say, Manny dear, about your condition. Perhaps you want to see what the fuck, whatever his name is in the church.
Father Bagshot.
Father Bagshot in the morning instead of training with us, dear. Perhaps he can help you.
Yes, it would be a good idea to some restoration magic before I go, but I think it's for my level of exhaustion. Well, not level, but exhaustion in general. You need quite a powerful spell, but I've got enough to pay for it.
He's a powerful man, dear. I don't have much money to offer, but I can help if you need be.
I can afford it, Naxora.
Okay, dear.
You're doing so much for me, and I can't. She looks down. She's like, I might go to well, they don't have a temple of Yondala here, so I guess I'll go there.
Yes. Morwen, if you could go with her as well.
Of course, mistress. And she looks at Manny. We were having a nice conversation earlier, weren't we, Manny? And Manny's like, yes, we were. A lot.
Also, no, we'll be doing it in the morning. I was just gonna ask Morwen to go buy some fire potions again, but
you can ask her and she can try, but it doesn't necessarily mean there will be any.
Yeah. And yeah, so she'll say that just to before we go do the ritual thing, just before, if it's open. Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, of course, mistress.
Yes.
More-
Any help we can get there.
Yes, I know you'll make it though, mistress.
I'm sure we will, dear. I have confidence in this group.
You
We will
come
see.
back from everything else as well.
Certainly, and not too long ago we were in yet another plane, weren't we? It's certainly not my favourite place to be. Other planes.
Well, Manny's like, yes. Well, maybe it'll be good if the plane does get destroyed. Maybe that will put an end to all this suffering that it's caused. But
And to free Faye's soul, I will do anything.
I know it's still there, Nexora. I could feel her while I was.
All the more determined it makes me.
Morwin has like awkwardly tried to start conversation in this big fan fiction episode.
Mackie's like excitingly telling her about her favorite bits from the Neither Right Rider and trying to get her to. She's telling her like why she'd like it and getting her to try and read it.
Morwin's doing that thing where he's like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that sounds cool. And at that point, Dahlia would be. I assume if there's, she would probably. She asked man. She was like, oh, it sounded a lot like my dad's adventures down in. She points to the portal.
I've heard a lot about him. Supposedly he's a great man.
Well, he can't be that great.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that's what happens when you're an adventurer, I suppose. You go down. It's romantic until it happens. She looks at you, Mackie.
Mackie kind of looks down, kind of sad.
She whispers, like to you. She's like, I'm going to find her one day. See what.
She looks up and she kind of like looks more determined and kind of nods at her.
And she was like, oh, and my dad would always go on about this other. Oh, I can't remember what they were called, but he said they were great. But you know, if my mum and dad were down there, they could have defeated him. Oh, it must have been one of the other ones.
Mackie's kind of like, she's not saying anything, but she's listening intently.
Kind of looks at you. She's like, have you heard of the Reapers of Enduring Flame?
I have. My my mother and father were members of the Enduring Flame.
Oh, who was what? Your dad was Iron?
And my mother, Lilia.
Then my dad said a lot about Iron. He was powerful, from what I can understand. I know.
Well, I share the same sentiment with you that I hope to find them as well
He
one
said
day.
he said my mother was a mage, but Iron. He said something about your. I don't know. What? He said something about Lilia being a arcane trickster or something along those lines. It reminded me of my mother, but she kind of shrugs.
Thank you for telling me. I didn't know. I didn't know them at all, or really know anything about them. So
She puts her hand on your shoulder, Mackie.
Mm-hmm.
When you're back from your mission, you come and find me, and we can train together. And maybe one day we'll go down there.
I would like that. I promise I will.
She looks at Morwen as well. It's like, looks like you've got a friend wanting to talk to you, so I better. And she like, oh, good.
Mackie kind of awkwardly looks to Morwen. It's like,
yeah, Night of the Night Rider's pretty good.
But you know, Mackie, your with everything you've done, maybe think adventures and be like even better than the book because it's real.
Is Kieran cutting out for anyone else, or it's just
A
me?
little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
Should we jump in Thunder and Crawl?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Willie won't wear a muzzle. Oh yeah, I'm back.
Hopefully that'll be better.
Yeah, more and like maybe it'll be like your adventures, Mackie, and then they're real, so they're better, right?
I suppose you're right. Me and Mr. I mean Davy even spoke about maybe turning the adventures into a novel after we get back.
Well, I haven't read much, but I would read that.
Well, I'll make sure we write it then. I'd like for you to read it.
I mean, do you think after your mission we'll keep training together?
Of course. I don't have a better training partner than you.
She looks like abashed. And what about Vicky? He seems pretty sturdy.
He's more, I don't mean to be rude about Mr. Cordell, but he's more equivalent to like a training dummy.
Well,
He can take a lot of hits. A lot of hits, in fact. But he's not got the best aim.
sort of. I kind of noticed, but maybe he doesn't need to. Maybe he's, a good defender. Their job is to take the hits.
You're right. He saved my life before, so I don't mean to put him down or anything.
Oh, you're not. He's just very different from us.
He is, but I like him. He's become a fast friend.
Just looks around. What?
I think I've made a lot of fast friends recently. It's been nice, to be honest. Before, my only friend was really the Master and Belvedere, sort of, and Shanks before.
She looks sad again.
Well, you've made a friend in me, Mackie, and it looks like you're making friends with Dahlia too.
Yeah, she seemed nice. It's nice to talk to someone who has the same passion for Night of the Night Rider that I do.
Well, maybe I should read it.
You should. It's really good. I think
would
you'd like it a lot.
I would ask for a copy, but I saw you gave one to
That's
Manny.
okay.
She reaches the back for the other copy. She's like,
I've got another 5 at home.
I'll read this while you're away, and then we can talk about it when you're back.
Yeah, I'd like that a lot.
She's like, well, I'm gonna go start now. And she
Oh,
walks.
okay.
She walks away and
See-
sits over here and gets the book out.
See you later.
and Mackie turns to Manny and is like,
Maybe when you're both reading a bit more, the 3 of us can do a little, like a book club.
That'd be really nice, Mackie. I was planning to go to Candlekeep after with the
I've always wanted to go to Candlekeep.
spell book. It needs to be somewhere safe.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of great things about it. Apparently, the library shelves are almost as tall as some of the buildings in Waterdeep.
And some of the books I've heard can do mysterious, wonderful, and even deadly things.
I even read that they have a tavern that's on a demi-plane, or like a pocket dimension. I didn't quite understand it, but it sounded fascinating.
Well, maybe if we get back, we can take a little trip down there. I'll need an escort.
I'd love that. That would be really nice.
She looks over at Langston and she's like, "Is he your dad?" And looks up at you like innocently.
she says,
In a way, yeah.
Looks over at him. He's like, "Oh, I used to have a nanny. She used to look after me a lot. and I know what it feels like to have a adoptive parent, I suppose.
Yeah, the master is the master, but he's always been good to me. I would never want to make him feel bad or anything. I know that sometimes when he looks at me, I feel like he's looking at someone else, but I don't know who. Sorry, I
No.
shouldn't be dumping all of this on you.
It's fine. I mean, I'm dumping all of my family history on you in a way. She kind of does a weird little smile at you.
Yeah.
I suppose that's true. I guess it's if we're gonna be friends and we're gonna succeed together, then I guess now is a better time than any to share our stories with each other.
Mhm. So I see Mackie and Manny would talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else anyone wants to talk to during this time?
Not talk to, but before everyone leaves, Naxor will want to give Mackie something.
Okay.
Well, just the thing I bought earlier.
Yeah.
A
I will,
stern talking to.
Well, would anyone get
what-
up and dance before they leave?
Depends if anyone else. Mackie would not start it off, but if everyone was, then she would.
Okay.
Hmm.
Depends how Langsam does on this con save.
Ooh.
Oh,
was
Uh-oh.
gonna
drunk
say-
Langsam again.
It's drunk sim time, baby.
Naxor would not dance, but she would say to Davy and Balin,
Yeah.
"You were such good dancers at the festival. Why
Oh,
don't you
yes,
start
of
us
course.
off, dear?"
Davy's probably pretty drunk by now. Can I do a con save too?
Well, the thing with con saves and drunkenness, I think, is just like if you think your character's going to be a bit drunk, then you
Yeah.
but just like kind of do it. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't know how much it adds.
I agree with Kieran. I don't actually like
fair
the
enough.
rules that much unless you're
So
being
just-
like force fed or something.
Just be how you think your character would be, and I assume no one's going to get hammered before they go on the biggest mission ever.
No, I feel like he's drunk. He's like tipsy enough to dress up the bear. So
Yeah.
Who's
Yeah.
now got like 5 hats stacked on top of its head.
yeah, huh? Yeah, he'd start dancing, busting a move.
Oh yeah, Barnum would join him.
Manny would come and sit with Naxora because she's a bit too tired to dance, and she sort of stares wistfully at Davy and Barlin dancing.
Davy would be like, "Mackie!" while like jumping in the air, like "Mackie,
Mackie would come over.
Yes, Mr. Davy?
let's dance!"
Oh, okay.
She starts sort of chigging really awkwardly.
Can I roll a dancing check to see how fire my moves are?
Yes, of course. And anyone else dancing, May? Oh
Ooh.
yeah, Davy. You're probably busting out a few moves. What do you think Davy's sort of specials would be, other than the moonwalk?
Oh, it would have been a natural 20, but it was a 14.
The cha-cha slide, probably.
Yes, that's a great shout.
Just gets everyone doing it.
I think, but Balor in his unconscious state, you just see his legs twitching back and forth.
As long as it's his leg. Langsam would put on the drunk slut hat from Glitterclaw, and and Glitterclaw would go into rodeo mode, and he'd ride it like the bull in a rodeo bar.
I love how we've got like the most important mission ever tomorrow, and we're just like, fuck it, let's just do whatever we want.
Yeah, that's what you do. Leave it all out.
Davy, you can. Edric walks over and he's doing like probably the whitest dance that you can ever imagine. He's flicking his hair, and he's a bit tipsy. And he looks at both Davy and Barl, and he's like, "Ew, You two are. You're the light of soon brought together by her grace. And he starts crying and starts just like joyous crying in front of you.
Don't cry, mate. It's amazing. Turned a little bit into Tony from the Mighty Boosh then. That's good. Don't cry, it's amazing.
I think in this right corner you'd see Zafira. She's dancing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Avery would be doing a little sort of, what do you call it when you go up and down?
Bop.
Yeah, bop, a bop.
Rotanus would be dancing up next to the ladies, trying to be all that.
Zafira's casting dancing lights.
Bartimus would just be sitting there watching, and with a big grin on his face.
Oh no! He makes everything bad.
Yep.
Vicky and Roz, who appeared later on after he's finished work, he's like, "Come on, Roz, this could be the last time." And she's like, "You're not gonna die, Vicky." And he's like, "You never know, you never know." "Oh, Vicky, see, will surprise you." And she's like, "I don't want to surprise Vicky, just don't die." And he's like, "Well, I'll try, baby." And you can see they're sort of getting together. And Morwen awkwardly puts the book down and is like shuffling over here.
Yeah, Mackie, actually, I was going to say Mackie would have like called her over once she got into the dancing enough.
You'd see her very conscientiously put the book away, like looking after it.
Yeah, she would kind of like take her hand and be holding Davy's hand at the same time and kind of just jigging back and forth.
And Davy, from behind you, you see the pugilist guys come down, and they're like, "Oh," this guy's like, "Oh yeah, mate, wait for big smoke," and and he just blows like a big cigarette thing like across everyone. And this guy Slambo, he's like bopping against Edric. Woof, Titch and Woof come down to try and compete with Drunks in.
Oh, bring it on.
Dahlia turns to Dernan and she's like, "Is this what you used to do before you went into the portal, Dad?" And Dernan's like, "Nope."
I'm just thinking of Nick Frost from Shaun of the Dead. Gay.
Kieran.
Yeah.
Can Rotanus he's blow a little spell slot on Fog Cloud to make it all like misty, like. But can he do his Tides of Chaos so he gets to roll on once on the Wild Magic table?
Yes, do it.
Yeah, it's something too fucking insane. I can't have it kill everybody.
Alright, here we go. Where's my D100? Little crackle of sparks. Does he cast his spell trying to be the big man? Yeah, 58 sounds pretty tame. That's in the middle. You're fine. You're
Bob's
fine!
readying his counter spell.
Yeah, sounds about the like
Oh no, that's real bad. But I can fix it. Okay. So what happens is everything he touches gets set on fire. So he's hot. But being a Triton, he has create or destroy water. So he'll just put things out as they light up. So he's trying to be all that dancing around, and then stuff goes on the phone. He's like, oh shit, and then just douses everyone around him, and now they're all wet and soggy.
From across the room, Dan is like, "Dahlia, go and watch those lot over there." She's like, she's sort of just like, ugh. And she just sits herself down, watching these guys to make sure they don't fuck up.
Yeah.
And there is. Hang on, let me see. Everyone's getting pretty jiggy. And the last man, you see him enter at the door. Well. Seems like we've got a hoedown. I can always sense the party, and the party's always with Gravy Jenkins.
Yeah, you got that right the first time, Gravy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Millstone. I didn't expect it to be a party tonight. But I'm here now.
Yeah, no party then.
He's just shouting across the room. Downing's like, all right. And he's like, well, let's get it on. You. He points at Avery. You may be one of my students, but I'm sure we can get down tonight. And he like just drags her away and gets her on top of here. And she's like, oh.
I feel like I've just had the most disturbing insight into Kieran as a university lecturer.
All right, everyone.
Would there be a chance of a small fat little halfling coming in the door just after Gravy Jenkins?
There would be a chance, yeah.
Oh no! But Jeremy's here. There will be blood.
I'll get him out. Where is he? Stop.
I feel like tipsy Davy Millstone would just find Tugly like ridiculously endearing and be like, I love you in your tiny little hat.
Yeah, he'd walk in and be like,
I heard Jeremy Swinglebird was playing in this establishment.
Manny just looks around and she's like, Tugly?
Oh, hello, Miss Manchega Moldo.
She just looks like extreme. What are you doing outside of Amphail?
Oh, didn't you hear? I decided to become a venturer.
Apparently I'd made that decision as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty big stuff now.
Davy would just shout across at Gravy. Gravy! 4-way barred off!
4-way bardo. Let's do it, Mr. Millstone. Right. Points at Jeremy Swinglebert. Swinglebert, get yourself up there.
I'm gonna need a teammate to take down the combination of Jeremy Swinglebert, my arch nemesis, and the famous Gravy Jenkins.
It's alright, Tugly. Gravy's mine arch nemesis. We're in it
That's
together.
perfect. We can be the tag team combo, the super best friend squad.
You're right with this, Barlin. Sorry, I'm doing
Alan's
this
in
again.
tears laughing. He's just like, look at his hat. It's so amazing. Take Birdie with you for good luck.
David perched Birdie on top of his hat. Come on, Buck Snapper, let's do it!
Right, let's get over there. For some reason I can't move my own legs, but
Don't make me laugh too much because I really need the toilet and I
Yeah.
can't bother to change the bed sheets again.
get.
Meaning I did it like last week.
Just
Not because I peed on it. Not because I peed on it. No.
No, not again. It happened again.
No, it's because I was collecting all the cups of half-drunk stuff that were on my windowsill, and I tipped them all over into the bed. Ugh.
Yeah, Tugby would get his bagpipes out and be like,
you're going down, Swinglebert.
God. Roll a performance for Tugly.
okay, hold on, let me get his character sheet up. Fuck.
This might be my favourite thing that's ever happened in the history of ever.
Well, remember that when we're going into the cheese plane tomorrow.
Performance.
Ooh.
Yeah, the wondrous sound of Tugly's bagpipes fill the room, causing everyone to kind of cover their ears slightly.
What is that? What's that?
If Tom was there, he wouldn't be like, yes.
Where is Gravy? Where the fuck is he then?
What would Davy sing?
He'd sing, Tugly's back, alright.
After that, Jeremy Swinglebert is. Does Jeremy Swinglebert have a voice?
He'd be like your poshest half elf you can do, Kieran. Very flamboyant and kind of like.
Everybody, listen to me now. We're going to get down and we're going to get jiggy with it.
Perfect.
And he pulls out his lute and he's
Jeremy
like,
Jiggy with it.
This is for that little girl there and her girlfriend, and points at her.
Ooh.
Bucky looks really fucking awkward and only just realizes that she's still holding hands with Morwen after Davy was dragged away.
But he's like, and whoa, and he falls down the portal. Gravy's like, don't worry, he's okay, folks. And you see Gravy like does a spell, and Jeremy floats back up.
Tugly leans into Dave and he's like,
Shame.
I was hoping Gravy had throw himself down there after him.
Go on then, Millstone, get yourself up there and see if you can beat that.
All right, wouldn't take much though, would it?
Like to see you pull a man out of a portal. Oh wait, you already did. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. You never pulled anything out of anywhere though, have you?
Come on, Millstone, let's teach him a real good lesson.
Performance check?
Yeah, and what's Davy doing?
He'd sing a song.
Ooh, what sort
And
of
he
song
would
is it?
probably... Oh god, I don't know.
Let's get to business, to defeat these guys.
Yeah, he'd sing some weird made-up ditty. I'm not singing now because I'm going to get told off.
Fucking
Did they
song.
send me losers when I asked for praise?
No. They send me loot as when I've got my pipes. The song literally continued
Damn
in
it.
your voice in my head when you stopped. That's why I was
Damn
laughing
it.
so hard. Oh god.
So Gravy, after Davy's performance, steps up and he says, "Everyone, can I have your attention, please?" Like I didn't already have it.
No.
And Dave would go, "Oh, what? You recognise that I'm the superior talent and want everyone to watch you throw yourself in the portal? Oh, sorry to see you go, mate."
No, Davy, I was actually going to wish you good luck tomorrow because I heard about what a crazy expedition you're going on.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're a braver man than me, Mr. Millstone, and I don't say that to anyone. Everyone.
It will...
That looks rubbish.
But anyway, let's get down to business. I am going to do a skateboard around the portal and flip over it. So you see him put on these rudimentary roller skates.
Oh, Davy has another trick up his sleeve.
Don't do it, Davey. Don't do it.
So, Gravy skits round on his roller skates. And then then he goes for the jump across. Oh god.
Plus
And
12.
He's cascading through the air. Into dexterity saving throw. See how well he lands. Does a little pirouette as he lands. And he's like, well.
We never stood a chance.
Boo. That's Barlin.
Davy has something else up his sleeve. Don't worry.
Gravy's like, well, just walks down off the stage.
Point proven.
Join in if you know it. And he'd start singing Crocodile Rock and cartwheeling around the edge of the thing. And then when it got to the na 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 bit, he would get back up onto the bridge and he would start moonwalking backwards. And then when he got to the edge, he would cast second level. Oh no, that's only a first level spell. First level silent image, so that it looks like he like fades backwards and like moonwalks backwards across the top of the portal.
It's amazing.
Because that was such good explanation, and I really don't want Davy to fall in the portal and die before tomorrow. I'm going to say he pulls it off spectacularly. Gravy looks fucking stunned.
Barlin's
Everyone
cheering
else
his
is
ass
like-
off.
Tugby
How about-
wants to assist him while he's doing this by casting enlarge on Davy.
I love the idea that Davy's getting bigger and bigger as he cartwheels around the edge of the portal, going, "I remember when I was young."
And as you get off, Gravy's like, it's like speechless.
I've got 24 and dancing. What the fuck?
And steps off, and he's like, Mr. Millstone, there's not many men who can impress me, but that was something else.
Davy would actually reach down and like shake his hand and be like, "Well, you know, that's the thing, competing against a man with nothing to lose. He won't just stop at nothing to make himself look like a twat."
And he's like, I know what you're doing tomorrow, and even though I don't like you, and I can't not help admire a man who has talent, so I wish you good luck.
I look forward to bard offing with you again on the other side, Mr. Jenkins.
Forever and ever, I hope. He goes to sit down. He's like, hello, lovely. Let's get talking.
I feel like
He's turned
Tugby
into
would
Lord
walk up.
Flashheart.
I feel like Tugby would walk up to Jeremy Swinglebert and then be like,
I guess arch nemesis can be friends after all.
and then I feel like Jeremy Swingle would be like, "Who are you?"
Davy at this point. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Jeremy is going to be like, well, it's like, who?
Spluttering.
He just splutters and just like,
Yeah,
who are you?
yeah, that's right. Walk away, big man.
He slowly walks off, looking at you, and then just losing interest.
Well, Mr. Millstone, looks like the Super Best Friends squad did it once again.
Always, and at this point I feel like the atmosphere has really calmed down and has gone back to quite neutral, but Davy's still up on the edge of the portal going, "Na na 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 na, come on, join in, na 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 na."
This guy here is like, yeah, yeah.
He
Well,
jump off there.
This was my last night in Waterdeep because I've got to go back to, going up to the north to see my actual Super Friends squad. So, yeah, see you later.
Nice to see you, Mr. Bugsnapper. Look forward to bard offing with you anytime.
Yeah.
And Davy's going to moonwalk backwards along the edge of the portal and then jump down next to Barlin.
Bye, Tiny Hat Man.
Bye, friend.
So everyone's had their fun, and is there anything anyone wants to do before we call it?
Hector would just give Mackie the ring of protection.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was a ring protection, wasn't it? Yeah.
Mackie would thank her and be
It's
like,
like,
Michelle, sorry, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, need your full strength, dear, and I think this will help.
then you probably notice like Mackie's still like awkwardly holding hands with Morwen, and then like you probably I can imagine next to her like, looking down, and then she just realizes, and then she's like, oh, and they kind of let go of each other.
yeah.
I feel like there'd be some point in the evening where Davey would be like really drunk and he like telling Mackie just how much he's like, but you're fucking amazing, and you're only 15.
Ah, yeah,
I,
the Tom drunk. I remember those days.
I love you like you're my very own. That's how amazing you are.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Millstone. I mean, Davy, that's really kind of you. I always looked up to you since I was a little
But
girl.
yeah, you're just so fucking amazing. You don't get it.
Well, that's so kind of
Yeah,
you.
but you don't get it.
Yep.
I really don't get it. No.
I think Edric would come up behind Davy and Barlin and get them like both hands and be like, "You guys, I just can't believe you made it."
Oh fucking hell!
This is the best night of my whole life.
Yeah.
Glitter
Really?
Claws sat like a person on his bum by the bar, and Langsim's like curled up in his lap, snoring away now.
Still wearing the drunk slut hat.
Still wearing the drunk slut hat, yeah.
Yeah, I think
But do I-
before I think before like Davy would like like the end of the night where Davy's kind of maybe sobered up a little bit, I think Mackie would approach him later on after this nice stuff he said to her earlier, and then she would be very much like
Mr. Millstone, Davy, I just wanted to say to you that after all the nice things you said to me earlier, and I just want you to know that I wouldn't be the person I am today without you and the book you wrote. So, thank you.
Mackie, you are your own amazing young woman, and I'm thrilled to be able to take any kind of small bit of credit in that. You are exceptional.
Thank you so much. As are you. You're a really good friend, and you've been, like I said, you've guided me a long way to get here. So thank you.
Davy would like feel uncomfortable at this like sweet exchange, going, "Oh yeah, now we just gotta go and kill that dragon, eh?" Yeah. Like,
Yeah, we'll do it. No problem.
we'll see what happens, but you know, if nothing else, this was quite a way to go out.
I agree. I really enjoyed this evening. I feel like I'm surrounded by friends and family for the first time.
Mackie, no matter what happens, wherever any of us go or whatever happens to any of us, we'll always be your family now.
she smiles and like her eyes well up a little bit, and she kind of kneels down over Davy and just gives him a hug.
Oh, that awkward height difference.
She's still pretty short herself, to be fair. She's only like 5'2", so she's
It's
not
like
that.
2
She's not
feet
that
from
much
the
short.
David.
He's not that short. He's like 4'5", surely.
Yeah, Davy's just a
can-
little bit shorter than him.
I can't remember what I said.
Langsim's a tiny
ages
person.
ago.
Yeah.
You can see Vicky's listening onto this exchange, and after they finish hugging, Vicky's like, "Well, Mackie, I guess you can call me Unky C."
If you like.
Well, I was just saying it to be sweet, you know. You can call me whatever you want, except Watermelon.
Okay, Unky C.
Looks at Roz, and Roz is like, "Oh."
Oh fuck.
Poor Ross.
Right, we're gonna call it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
So what I'm gonna do next time is that you'll all have a long rest now, and we'll start off as at the training tomorrow.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
that before we have a long rest, Maxwell was
Yeah.
going to use the siege.
Oh,
Oh!
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
But yeah, I haven't got a plan for it, so
Yeah, tell
can't do
me.
it now.
Tell me in between.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, this week, next week.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. I need to readjust my HP then if we have any more. 56.
Before you ask me to level up, you will not level up now, but I know when you will.
Okay.
Now?
No.
Now? No, no. You've got 18 AC now, though, with the Bringer Protection.
Oh yeah.
It's more than Langton. Very nice.
And +7 to my dex save.
I hope everyone enjoyed this one.
Oh, dude, that
Very cute.
yawning, just this part, like in the yawning portal, was just one of my favorite D&D moments ever. I think
Yeah.
that was just like I needed that after fucking Strahd on Sunday. I really did. I needed that after yesterday. Such a nice and so wholesome, and it was nice seeing all the characters come together, and it was just so lovely.
I will say, bringing Crump, Edric, and Corey, I'm gonna have to do so much work now.
Yup. Balancing that encounter is going to be crazy.
It's also other things, but yeah.
Wait, Corey's coming with us?
Whoa! It sounded like it from what she was saying.
Damn.
Yeah.
She's a
She's
fucking...
not. Seeing as she's coming, her stat sheet isn't amazing. She's more of a utility person.
Yeah. That's what,
Makes
That's
sense.
what I was wondering which shit is coming.
I think she feels part of the group now because, well, she
Yeah.
read that whole book. She's got on with Manny.
Yeah,
Hope everyone
yeah.
liked Dahlia as well. Her
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anya and I were fucking gossiping so much behind the scenes when Dahlia was talking to Mackie. We were like,
yeah.
ooh, a different love interest maybe.
Maybe.
Everyone got to see the first little glimpse of Academy people.
Oh yeah.
Fucking, of course, Rotanis blew himself up.
Anya, you need to make someone for that, please.
I will. When do you need her by?
I've made it, so we can do it any time. Really.
Oh, okay.
It's probably going to be after this finishes, like
Okay.
Waterdeep finishes. But
That's fine. I've got an
so
idea.
Oh,
Only
Can-
told me
can-
about it.
can we? What is it?
Just like super preppy. 1, 2, 3, go team cheerleader.
Oh my god, you're gonna have like bitchy French girl, Ro, Galley. He's gonna have 3 women. He's gonna be like,
Yeah. This ideal.
You can't do that because
Ah.
a potato isn't a vegetable, right?
Oh my god, I
Oh.
just realised something, Kieran.
What?
You need to find, or Tom, you need to find art of Ro, but like this is the Chad Ro, but when in Bartmus's fantasy, he's the
This is what I wanted to ask. This is what I asked Kieran. I was
No,
like,
it's-
in the fantasy, is he gonna not be? Because Bartimus is gonna
Yeah,
be
Bar-
big paladin boy, right?
Bartimus is big paladin boy because he wrote the book,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's linked to him. But all the other characters will basically just be themselves, but in the gear of the people that Bartimus writes about.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Bartimus will be Bartimus. No, everyone else will be themselves, but just in really weird positions, like and Bartimus will be super Bartimus.
Okay.
He's literally gonna have, I am Bartimus the hero voice.
It's mainly because I know you're not playing Bartimus in the next one,
Yeah.
and I want everyone to get an accurate feel of their character, so they have to be themselves.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Maybe I
I
would
did- I-
make Ro a paladin then.
I didn't mean change his character, though. I meant literally just change how he looked in the thing. But he
Yeah.
looks like more of a nerd.
Or just his little glasses on.
Yeah, like little glasses and like spots and stuff.
I'll see what I can do.
I'm sure I can edit something.
God, so tiring doing all those voices of all those characters.
Oh my god, yeah. Jesus, dude.
What are
did
you gonna
so
be
well.
like in the big fights with fucking Crump, Corey, Vicky C?
Well, I
Everyone.
was thinking what I'm going to do with them. Let's go. Well, I think it's going to be more like the B team.
Oh, yeah.
So like some of the things that you'd have had to do, they basically fight it for you.
That makes sense.
That's a good idea.
So that way you're benefiting off using them, but they're not directly there.
Yeah, that makes
And then
a lot of sense.
something else I've got planned will make that make a lot of sense,
That's cool.
because the secret shit is gonna happen. Nobody knows.
I'm glad that Valor got knocked out by Barlin.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
great. Maybe
I love-
Lewis or Kieran or both of you. Maybe it should be like Ro is himself, but every now and then, like the influence of if he annoys Bartimus, he like temporarily turns into like Fishman, Fishman token, and it's just there like bro, 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 and eventually comes back just like stop it.
Well, it's like behave.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be quite a cool idea.
I'll find a Fishman token.
That's a great idea. Just like,
I'm so glad I
just
got
use the
to.
Stingray guard people.
Oh my god, yes.
I'm so glad I got to do a lot of Edric this session as well.
Oh, I love
When he was
Edric.
crying after. So great.
We needed that.
Yeah, after stroke.
Watch that video, by the way, Kieran. I put in the chat, and at the time thing, that's Edric's dance. You might even remember it.
Oh yeah, I remember it.
There you go, Tom.
Yeah, but I found from
Oh,
Stingray as well this guy.
Send me Rotanus' picture and I'll edit it.
Okay.
Yeah, you could say that Bartimus has some weird control because of the wild magic.
That'd be really funny. Oh my god, Kieran, you should write up a wild magic table for Bartimus World.
That might be quite fun, actually.
His cloak billows for the next minute.
And it'd be like, for the next minute, all he's wearing is a gimp suit.
Where is it? Waterdeep. Triton.
So what's this B team gonna be? It's gonna be Crump. It's gonna be Corey.
Pretty good B team.
It's gonna be Edric. Who else is there? Oh, someone else.
Corey. Fry up. Yeah. If he comes. Or he might just cook us breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast.
Oh, yeah, Crump.
I think you
Crump
might ask
Crowley
like
Jefferson.
Langston what to do, because he's gonna be
Maybe
like,
I'll
oh,
do the word
he's probably gonna be like, oh, Langston, I've got this vampire suit on. Don't know what to do. Yeah.
Perhaps gonna ask Langston whether to go in or not.
He's
Oh,
gonna
because
be
the
like-
vampires. Oh
because
yeah.
Langston's the one who's shown the most interest in the vampire.
Yeah, he'll probably tell Fryup to stay. To be honest. Langston's
What
quietly
level is-
confident because it's a monster we're hunting, and we're monster hunt. He's a monster hunter, so
That makes sense.
Are we allowed to know what level Fry up is, Kieran?
15.
He is. Hang on, where is he? Blah blah blah.
Hannah, is Saphira an air Ganassi?
She is an Earth Ganassi.
Ooh. That picture is so cool.
Yeah, if you zoom right in, you can see like rocks and stuff on the face.
Edric's level
like
10.
crystals.
Yeah.
Crump's level 7.
Okay. I'd level as I thought.
Fryup's level 9.
Okay.
And Corey is a. Where is she? Guilds and Societies. Professors.
How have we managed to form this actual like little campaign group B team?
God, yeah. Do
Got-
start doing one shots with that group.
Wizard, monk, paladin, and question mark, question mark, question mark.
She's a conjurer.
Mm.
So she's got 5th level spell slots.
Pretty good.
God, 2 half orc. No, a half orc, an orc, a human, and a gnome.
Walk into a bar.
Edric isn't a human; he's a demigod.
He's a planetar.
God. Well, before I made a list of all the temples in Waterdeep, and for Waterdeep 2, I'm gonna make more.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I hope you like that bit with the other guy, Tom.
Oh, with
That was
Langsim,
really awesome.
I fucking
Yeah.
loved that. And Lewis, I loved that your little thing as well. With
Oh,
the
thank you.
sometimes he seems like he's looking at someone else.
Yeah.
I loved that as well. Yeah, that was really nice. Getting to evoke Langsim past
Yeah.
her.
'Cause I
He's
thought we hadn't
he's holding on to the seed of memory because I think as sad as it is, I think he wants it to be the last thing he sees is being in that memory again. So on his deathbed, he wants to have the seed of memory to
Jesus,
Oh,
that's
shit.
dark.
out there. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. I was going to say, oh, it's good to know what Tom's last memory would want to be, but then he'd probably use it to watch, like, The Lion King or something.
No.
you-
Iron Giant.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think it might be reliving the moment we just had
Oh.
in the
Aw.
tavern. That was nice.
I was gonna say it's gonna be those Warhammer Orc videos where they do the race with the orc.
Oh no, actually, it would be the Simpson remixes.
Bed goes up, bed goes down.
I said French fries. We sell French fries. Fuck me, that video.
Oh, and Davey got a goodbye from his mum, which was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
feel
such a
like-
good session. And,
feel
I'm
like-
sorry.
Inadvertently closed up a lot of ties, which I was glad.